À la journée d'aujourd'hui, nous avons deux points qui sont inscrits à l'ordre du jour. Il s'agit du point 6 et du point 7. Au point 6, nous allons poursuivre avec la question sur l'examen des rapports périodiques des États. Il vous souviendra que la semaine passée, nous avions reçu l'estimée délégation du Malawi qui avait présenté un condensé du rapport d'activité, du rapport plutôt de mise en œuvre de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples au niveau de l'État du Malawi. Nous leur avions accordé un petit temps pour que son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre et chef des délégations, puisse aller travailler et apporter des réponses aujourd'hui par rapport aux différentes préoccupations que nous avions soulevées. C'est le point 6 de l'ordre du jour. Nous allons continuer avec ce point parce que le ministre devra, n'est-ce pas, apporter des réponses par rapport à cette question. Après, nous prendrons une pause d'une heure comme d'habitude et nous nous retrouverons par la suite pour entamer le point 7, le rapport d'activité des membres de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et des mécanismes spéciaux. C'est ce point qui nous conduira jusqu'à la fin des travaux de cette 6e journée. Comme d'habitude, vous savez que nous ne terminons pas les rapports en une journée. Nous allons faire le maximum possible des rapports aujourd'hui. Ce point étant prévu à une autre journée de l'ordre du jour, nous allons le continuer ultérieurement. Ceci dit, avec l'autorisation de tous les commissaires, je voudrais appeler la République du Mali, la délégation de la République du Mali, pour qu'elle puisse venir apporter la réponse de l'État, du gouvernement, pas du Mali, du Malawi, pour qu'elle puisse venir apporter la réponse de l'État et nous formulerons par la suite des observations conclusives de la Commission après que nous ayons reçu cette réponse du Malawi. Etuel, est-ce que la délégation du Malawi est avec nous ce matin? Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre, est-ce qu'il est connecté? Parce que sur mon écran, je ne le vois pas.
They seem to be disconnected. We're trying to get a hold of them again. They were connected shortly. We're just trying to get a hold of them.
OK, essayez un peu de voir. Essayez de voir rapidement s'ils sont là pour que nous puissions commencer notre journée. Un peu de patience pendant que notre Haïti est en train d'essayer de voir avec la délégation de la République du Malawi s'ils peuvent se reconnecter. Donc, nous attendons que le ministre Titus Valo, le chef de délégation et ministre de la Justice, puisse se connecter de nouveau. C'est ça les aléas du travail à distance. Quand on travaille en distanciel, on n'est toujours pas à l'abri d'une coupure d'Internet ou d'une panne technique. Espérons que tout ceci sera derrière nous dans les jours à venir et que nous pouvons interagir en présentiel.
Sorry, Commissioner Lumbu, we are still having a challenge to contact them. We're having a challenge to contact them. We are still trying.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Je disais, mon micro était fermé. Je disais, en attendant que le ministre Titus Soumvalo, le ministre de la Justice et chef de délégation de la République du Malawi, ne puisse se reconnecter, parce qu'il était connecté ce matin, il a connu une petite difficulté technique, mais je sais qu'ils vont se reconnecter. Permettez-moi, avec votre autorisation, mesdames et messieurs les commissaires, de devoir poursuivre l'ordre du jour, en commençant immédiatement avec le deuxième point à l'ordre du jour. Et nous verrons quand ils vont se reconnecter, comment nous allons retourner au premier point à l'ordre du jour. Et selon les informations que j'ai, l'honorable Jamsina Essi Elking pourrait déjà commencer à nous présenter son rapport. Je voudrais savoir si elle est prête. Commissaire King, est-ce que vous êtes prête à commencer déjà à nous présenter votre rapport? Are you ready with your report?
Thank you, Chair. I'm ready.
Okay, you can proceed with your report. On va commencer avec ce point et puis nous reviendrons à l'autre point à l'ordre du jour. Commissaire King, vous pouvez présenter votre rapport d'activité. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Acting STC. Good morning, members of the Secretariat. Good morning, interpreters. And good morning to you all, state delegates, representatives of NHRI and the NGO community. This is my report, my intercession report, presented in accordance with the rules of procedure of the Commission, and it covers activities carried out during the intercession period between November 2020 to April 2021. This report details the activities I undertook in my capacity as member of the Commission, member of the Working Group on Indigenous Population Communities in Africa, and chairperson of the Committee on Resolution, and a special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. The report is structured in 5 parts. Part 1 relates to activities undertaken in those capacities that I mentioned earlier. Part 2, activities undertaken in my capacity as special rapporteur. Part 3 gives a report on interventions issued in response to human rights violations. Part 4 deals with challenges and recommendation, and Part 5, conclusion. Activities undertaken in my capacity as member of the Commission. From the 11th to the 19th of December 2020 and 19th to 25th February 2021, I participated in the Commission's 30th and 31st extraordinary sessions held virtually, convened to consider communications and other outstanding matters. In my capacity as chairperson of the Resolution Committee, I led the Commission's consideration and adoption of 10 resolutions, which were subsequently finalized and uploaded on the Commission's website. In my capacity as a member of the Working Group on Indigenous Population, Communities and Minorities in Africa, on the 12th of March 2021, I participated in a virtual meeting of the Working Group convened to discuss modalities relating to the commencement of a study on the impact of COVID-19 on the rights of indigenous peoples and communities in Africa. During the meeting, the Working Group members agreed on a roadmap for the study, which will commence following adoption of a resolution commissioning the study. During the meeting, the working group members also discussed other issues, including ongoing studies, in addition to other funding opportunities and activities relevant to the working group during the course of this year. Activities undertaken as the special rapporteur. On 28th January 2021, I participated in a data privacy summit convened in commemoration of International Data Privacy Day, where I gave a statement during the opening ceremony focusing on the relevance of the topic in Africa and the commemoration of the day with Article 9 of the African Charter. The Data Privacy Summit 2021, convened by Facebook in partnership with Article 19, East Africa, West Africa, and MENA, CIPESA, and FGI Benin, aimed to raise awareness on contemporary privacy and data protection issues in Africa, as well as to inspire individuals, policymakers, organizations to take action and adopt best practices that protect privacy while promoting innovation in a manner that mitigates risks in the digital area. On 29 January 2021, I participated in the launch of the Digital Forum for the Protection of Journalists, where I gave an opening statement highlighting the work of the special mechanism. This platform was conceived and established by African media stakeholders through a steering committee chaired by the African Editors Forum and comprised of the Federation of African Journalists, UNESCO Addis Ababa Liaison Office to the AU, and UNECA, the International Federation of Journalists, among others. The expected result of this digital platform is to create an enabling environment for the media to operate in Africa through respect for the rights of journalists and media workers, and the end to impunity for crimes against journalists in Africa. On 15th March 2021, I participated in a regional seminar on confronting threats to freedom of expression and media freedom during elections, which focused on perspectives from Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and Kenya. The seminar was convened by the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law and its partners. The discussions during the seminar highlighted the growing trend of restrictions on freedom of expression and media freedoms in the context of elections in Africa, and gave me an opportunity to receive firsthand information from journalists working in the East Africa region on the challenges being faced in relation to media freedom during elections. The seminar also served as an opportunity for me to raise awareness on the special mechanism on freedom of expression and the different means through which stakeholders can interact with it, including through submitting reports of human rights violations committed against journalists and other media practitioners in the region. On the 1st of April 2021, I participated in a virtual meeting with Mr. Gulhern Canela de Souza Godoy, UNESCO's Chief of Section, Freedom of Expression and the Safety of Journalists. This meeting was a useful opportunity to discuss our respective mandates and to explore possible areas of collaboration in the future. Part 3, report on interventions issued in response to human rights violations. In line with the special mechanism's mandate to make public interventions where violations of the right to freedom of expression and access to information have been brought to my attention, including by issuing public statement, press release, and sending appeals to member states asking for clarifications, this section of the report provides information on the interventions taken to address alleged violations of freedom of expression and access to information brought to my attention. During the period under review, I issued the following interventions. On the 21st of January 2021, I issued a press statement expressing concern on the arrest and pretrial detention of Mr. Hopewell Chinono, a journalist working in the Republic of Zimbabwe. Mr. Chinono was arrested by the police on 8 January 2021 for the third time in 6 months and remanded in custody on allegations of publishing or communicating falsehoods prejudicial to the state. The press statement called on Zimbabwe to ensure that the fair trial rights of Mr. Chinono, in addition to others in pre-trial detention, are duly respected and guaranteed. On 19 February 2021, I issued a press statement expressing concern in response to an attack on journalists, which occurred when they were reporting on the delivery of a petition by a member of the opposition to a UN office. This was in respect of Uganda. While I condemned this attack, which resulted in several journalists suffering injuries during the incident, I also took note of information which indicated that on 18 February 2021, the Ugandan military sentenced 7 soldiers to up to 90 days in jail after they were convicted of assaulting journalists. The press statement called on the state to guarantee the safety of journalists and other media practitioners, create a conducive environment for them to practice their profession, to ensure their protection when covering demonstration and rallies, and ensure that security officials are trained on this. Part 4 of my report, challenges and recommendations. The Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa provides in Principle 1 on the importance of the right to freedom of expression and access to information, that state parties to the African Charter shall create an enabling environment for the exercise of freedom of expression and access to information. The right to access information recognized as a basic human right is enshrined in a number of human rights instruments, including the Charter, which stipulates in Article 9 that every individual shall have the right to receive information, the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, the African Youth Charter, and the African Charter on Elections, Democracy, and Governance also have provisions on the right to access information. Principle 26 of the Declaration stipulates that the right of access to information shall be guaranteed by law. Essentially, this principle recognizes the need for legislation which specifically provides for the promotion and protection of this right. In the absence of enforcing legislation, there is an absence of legally ordained procedural mechanism for enforcing the right. In recognition of the importance of this right, the mechanism has continually advocated for state parties to the African Charter to adopt access to information laws. To this end, the Commission adopted the model law on access to information in Africa in order to provide African states with a non-binding guide which indicates the minimum standards which national laws on access to information in Africa should contain, thereby assisting African states in their processing of adopting new laws or reviewing existing legislation. To date, 25 African countries have adopted access to information laws, while 30 are yet to do so. Additionally, the following state parties currently have pending draft bills on access to information. And these are Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Madagascar, Senegal, Somalia, the Gambia, and Zambia. Principle 10 of the Declaration stipulates that freedom of expression, including the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas, either orally, in writing, or in print, in the form of art, or through any other form of communication or medium, including across frontiers, is a fundamental and inalienable human right and an indispensable component of democracy. It is well known that journalists and other media practitioners play an important role in guaranteeing the exercise of the right to freedom of expression. However, in spite of this indispensable role in society, journalists are often targets of threats, intimidation, harassment, disappearance, in addition to physical attacks. The special mechanism has also observed the rise in attacks on journalists reporting on elections and cases of arbitrary arrest and detention of journalists while doing their work, reporting on events and issues. In recognition of these increased attacks on journalists and media practitioners, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the launch of the Digital Platform for the Protection of Journalists, which has the potential to be an extremely useful source of information on violations of freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. Additionally, during the 67th Ordinary Session in December 2020, the Commission adopted Resolution 468 on the safety of journalists and media practitioners in Africa, which decried the deteriorating situation facing journalists and other media practitioners in Africa, including reports of attacks against journalists and restrictions on their work. Specifically, Resolution 468 calls on state parties to inter alia ensure the safety of journalists and other media professionals and create a conducive environment for them to practice their profession. I will now move on to freedom of expression and access to information on the internet. Principle 37 of the Declaration stipulates that states shall facilitate the right to freedom of expression and access to information online and the means necessary to exercise these rights. Principle 38.1 provides that states shall not interfere with the right of individuals to seek, receive, and impart information through any means of communication and digital technologies, through measures such as the removal, blocking, or filtering of content, unless such interference is justifiable and compatible with international human rights law and standards. Undoubtedly, the internet has become an indispensable tool during the pandemic to spread information and advice on preventing the spread of the disease. This was observed in the press release on the importance of access to the internet in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, issued by the Commission on 8th April 2020, which reiterated the critical duty of states in times of public health emergencies to ensure that members of the public receive accurate, regular, accessible, and science-based information on the threat COVID-19 poses to their health, the role and impact of the measures adopted for preventing and containing the virus, the precautionary measures that members of the public should take, and on the scale of the spread. In its conclusion, African states were called on to take all measures to guarantee respect and protect the right to freedom of expression and access to information through ensuring access to internet and social media services, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Recommendations. In light of the above mentioned challenges, I wish to make the following recommendations. To state parties, expedite the adoption of legislation on the right to access information in accordance with international standards and as elaborated in the Commission's model law. Sensitize all duty bearers with the principles enumerated in the Declaration. Ensure the protection of journalists and media practitioners, and specifically during election periods. Take all measures to guarantee respect and protect the right to freedom of expression and access to information through ensuring access to internet and social media services, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, and investigate all reports of violations and provide appropriate remedies to victims. To national human rights institutions and NGOs, familiarize yourselves with the Declaration and all pertinent soft law documents on freedom of expression and access to information, such as Resolution 468. Partner with the Commission to popularize these soft law documents related to freedom of expression and access to information, and continue to collaborate with the special mechanism by submitting cases or reports of violations of the right of freedom of expression or freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. Conclusion. State parties to the African Charter, individuals, and all stakeholders are called upon to fulfill our collective responsibilities of safeguarding and guaranteeing the full enjoyment of the right to freedom of expression and access to information in accordance with the Charter, the Declaration, and Model Law, to give full meaning and expression to the African Union's theme for the year 2021, Arts, Culture, and Heritage, Levers for Building the Africa We Want. This theme envisages the enhancing of spaces, platforms, and opportunities to celebrate and promote Africa's rich and diverse culture and heritage within the context of achieving the continent's socio-economic agenda outlined in Agenda 2063. I thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, Madame la rapporteure spéciale sur la liberté d'expression. Je vous remercie surtout d'avoir respecté le temps qui vous était imparti de 20 minutes pour présenter votre rapport d'activité. Mais en raison d'être la délégation de la République du Malawi est de retour après cette panne technique, mais dû également au fait que le président Solomon Ayele Ederso nous a rejoints, je voudrais proposer que je cède la direction de la session de ce matin au président. Monsieur le Président, soyez le bienvenu parmi nous ce matin. Nous venions à peine de commencer parce que l'estimée délégation de la République du Malawi a connu une petite difficulté technique. Maintenant, ils sont connectés. Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre Titus Valo est présent pour pouvoir apporter les réponses par rapport au rapport qu'il avait présenté. Mais pour meubler le temps, en attendant qu'il se connecte, nous avions donné la parole à l'honorable Jamsina Essi Elking pour qu'elle présente déjà son rapport d'activité, ce qui vient d'être fait maintenant. Je pourrais vous suggérer, vu que la commissaire Jamsina pourrait être appelée à d'autres tâches, je pourrais vous suggérer de devoir permettre aux États et aux ONG qui ont rapidement des observations à faire, de devoir le faire pour pouvoir retourner à la délégation du Malawi et continuer. Enfin, vous allez voir comment vous allez vous-même apprécier cela, parce que la commissaire King nous a dit qu'elle pourrait être appelée à d'autres occupations cet après-midi et elle pourrait nous quitter. Voilà, je vous donne la parole pour la poursuite de notre séance de ce matin. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, once again for stepping in on my behalf and chairing the start of the session. I try to get connection and join the proceedings of this the sixth day of the 6th organization. Vice Chair, one of your mics is on and it had an echo. Okay, great, thank you. A very good afternoon or good morning to all of you colleagues, distinguished delegates. Apologies that I was unable to join earlier due to problems of power outage and connection. Good to see you all back here. Without wasting much time, as the Vice Chair proposed in the light of Commissioner King's presentation of the activity reports of the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information, and I wish to invite those who have requested to present comments and observations in that respect. I understand that there are two requests for the floor. One is from CDFDH. This is the NGO with observer status number 525. If we have the representative of CDFDH with us, we would give the floor to CDFDH, the representative of CDFDH, in order to make the observation on Commissioner King's activity report. No? Okay, it doesn't look like that we have the representative of CDFDH with us. The other organization that requested to take the floor on Commissioner King's activity report is Ma'at for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association with observer status number 528. So if we have the representative of Ma'at for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association, we'll give the floor. Okay, it doesn't look like that we have the representative of Ma'at either. I don't see any further request to make observations on Commissioner King's activity report on freedom of expression and access to information. So in that respect, let me give the floor if Commissioner King wishes to make any final points, and then we'll revert back to the delegation of the Republic of Malawi. Commissioner King.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do not have any further interventions, maybe possibly after the engagement with the esteemed delegation of Malawi, maybe others would have indicated their intention to observe or make statements regarding my report. So at this stage, I do not have any more. Thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much for the presentation of the activity report of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. Once again to Commissioner King. Let's now turn our attention back to the State Report of Malawi. On Friday, we have received the presentation, and also as members of the Commission, we put forward questions for our interactive dialogue with the delegation of Malawi. I understand that the Honorable Minister is not with us, but he is ably represented by his colleagues in the Ministry of Justice. I would therefore now give the floor to the delegation of Malawi. You have the floor, please. The mic for the Zoom is off.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Lovely. Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners, State Delegates, and all colleagues. Thank you once again for this opportunity for the Republic of Malawi to respond to the questions which were posed to us on Friday. As you indicated, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister of Justice has other responsibilities to attend to, so he has left that, the responsibility of responding in our grateful and capable hands. To lead this process today, there's myself, Chief State Advocate Pacharo Kaira, and Mrs. Angela Kaunda, Senior Assistant Chief State Advocate to my right, and to my left, Ms. Lumbani Mafrilwa, Senior State Advocate, and Eunice Ndingo, Senior State Advocate as well. And then we have other officers in the room and other colleagues who are in the capital here, but they are operating from their offices. We are very glad to be part of this constructive dialogue. And at the outset, we want to thank various ministries, departments, and agencies who worked very hard over the weekend to ensure that we have something to report back to you. We have answered most of the questions, and we have quite a thick document here, which we'll send to you after this. However, there are some questions which need more time, and I will engage you that you give us a bit more time for us to respond. Now, before we start responding, I just want to clear from you, Honorable Chairperson, how much time do we have?
Just a minute. I think we have given on the agenda 1 hour and 30 minutes.
1 hour, 30 minutes. All right. I think that's that's long enough. Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to respond to the questions as they were posed to us on Friday. And we'll start with the general questions and observations. General questions and observations. The first question was on the composition of the task force, the national task force which led the compilation of our report. We are asked to explain who is in that task force. Our report indicates who is in our task force, and we actually attached an annex 1, which has the names of institutions in that task force. But for clarity, I'll just repeat, mention again that the task force is chaired by the Ministry of Justice. And as members, we have both ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as civil society organizations. And these include Ministry of Gender, Children, Community Development and Social Welfare, Ministry of Homeland Security, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Ministry of Health and Population. We have Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Information, Ministry of Civic Education and National Unity, Malawi Police Service, Malawi Prison Services, Malawi Human Rights Commission, Law Commission, National Registration Bureau, National Statistical Office, Office of the Ombudsman, the Department of Immigration, the Legal Aid Bureau, the Malawi Judiciary, University of Malawi, Chancellor College Law School. Article 3, this is an NGO. Paralegal Advisory Service, an NGO again. Center for Human Rights Education, Advice, Assistance, CREA, an NGO again. Center for the Development of the People, CEDEP, another NGO. Youth and Society Sakodi Trust, both NGOs. Now, as we said in our report, the initial task force was established in 2013. It was expanded in 2017. And for the next report, which we'll be compiling after this, it's going to be reviewed again and expanded accordingly. The second question was on the Public Service Management Policy 2018 to 2022. The question was, to what extent has the policy achieved its goals until date, and what challenges have been registered so far? So you'll notice that the policy is expiring next year, and it was going to undergo a thorough review. We think that in terms of the successes and challenges of the plan, they will be assessed at that point, and we'll be able to report that in our next report. On access to justice, there was a question on the Legal Aid Bureau, several questions on the Legal Aid Bureau. There was a question on the district offices. In our report and in the minister's presentation, we said that 5 district offices had been opened, and there were plans to open 8 more. The update from the Legal Aid Bureau indicates that they have, in fact, already opened those 8. So initially, it was thought that they would be opened the 2021-2022, but they have been opened, and as such, in total, they have about 13 offices. In terms of the Legal Aid Fund, our report initially indicated that there were challenges in terms of setting up that fund. The good news is that in the 2020-2021 budget, which will be ending, I think, in June, July, excuse me, the government allocated about 100 million kwacha to the Bureau. So some progress has been made there. There was a question on the judiciary, whether new judges, magistrates have been appointed. And the update is that 12 new judges have been appointed. I think in our final submission, we'll be able to submit to you the total number of judges which we have. In terms of labor, there was a question on the labor policy, why it's taking long for the labor policy to be approved by cabinet. The answer is that there's been a delay because it was sent back to the Minister of Labor to work on a few things. So once they do that, the cabinet will be able to approve. A question on education bill. There was a question whether the bill is in force. It was passed in 2013 and it's fully operational now. On the right to life, there was a question on the second optional protocol to the ICCPR. Malawi still has the death penalty, and although we are de facto abolitionists, the indications are that we are not yet at the stage of abandoning the death penalty. So, as we indicated at UPR in November, we are not yet ready to ratify the second optional protocol to the ICCPR. On torture, there was a question about domestication of cat. We are working on that. We don't have a stand-on legislation on torture, and we're working on that so that we should have. We have just indicated that UPR, and I think the minister also mentioned that we'll be ratifying OPCAT very soon. So that one is a commitment. We are going to ratify OPCAT. There was also a question whether the 2010 Police Act is operational and if the Independent Police Complaints Commission is operational. Yes, this one has been established. The commissioner, the person to lead the IPCC, has been appointed, so they are up and running and ready to implement what the law has mandated them to do under the Police Act. So at this point, I'll hand over to Angela, who is going to proceed to answer questions on extractive industries and the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There was a question on Article 21 on the right of free disposal of wealth and natural resources. This was on community development agreements, which are in the Mines and Minerals Act. The question was on the form, nature, and parameters of these agreements, including the kind of development activities envisioned. Now, the Mines and Minerals Act has just been amended. Community development agreements will be included. The aim of these agreements is to provide intergenerational benefits to the community and address the action needs of the community. It is envisioned that the community development agreements will take into account the unique circumstances of the holder of the large-scale mining license and qualified community, and the issues to be addressed in the agreement, and may include some or all of the following: educational scholarship, apprenticeship, technical training, and employment of opportunities for the people of the qualified community and its sub-communities. Financial or other forms of contributory support for infrastructure development and maintenance, such as education, health, or other community services, roads, water, and power. Special programs that benefit women, youth, marginalized groups, persons with disabilities, agriculture enhancement and product marketing, protection of natural resources, support for cultural heritage and sports, treatment of meeting place trees, cultural and sacred sites. These also include how cultural values will be respected, cross-cultural training requirements, malaria, AIDS, and drug dependency prevention and intervention, the enhancement of methods and procedures of environment and socio-economic management and local governance enhancement. Secondly, there was a question on types of companies covered under this provision, as well as any financial or task incentives received as a result of their contributions.
Apologies about that. Please proceed.
The provision covers large-scale mining license holders, The Mines and Minerals Act does not cover financial or taxation issues. However, the draft mineral title regulations will further elaborate that where a holder of a mining license and a community agree in a community development agreement for the holder to expend an amount exceeding the required 0.45%, that amount shall be 100% deductible from any future expenditure requirements. The other question was on whether there are penalties for companies, if any, that default on their agreement and the mechanisms established to enforce these penalties. The community development agreement is a legal requirement. As such, a company cannot commence commercial production unless it has a ratified, endorsed, and approved community development agreement. The Mines and Minerals Act further gives power to the Mineral Resources Committee to suspend the license without limit if the license holder fails to substantially comply with the prescribed requirements. Additionally, failure to submit reports on the progress of the implementation of community development agreements attracts a fine of 10 million kwacha upon conviction and a daily fine of 500,000 kwacha for every day of default until the day on which the report is accepted or prescribed. The other question was, what are the specific considerations that will prompt the government to acquire a said interest in a particular project? And what legislative and regulatory provisions exist for reporting these decisions to the public? This is with regard to the Mines and Minerals Act, in that it makes provision for government of Malawi to acquire a 10% free equity ownership interest in any mining project that will be subject to a large-scale mining license. A decision by government to participate in a mining venture through the holding of 10% free equity can be made upon an economic analysis illustrating the impact on the mining project economics and an estimate of how much when dividends may be paid after taking into account probable financing arrangements and a dividend risk analysis. The other question was on the right to the environment, Article 24. The Commission noted that these were not provided for in the report, and this is our answer. The government is committed to ensuring that a satisfactory environment favorable for development is created. Firstly, the Constitution of Malawi mandates the government to develop legislation and policies aimed at managing the environment responsibly in order to prevent the degradation of the environment, provide a healthy living and working environment for the people of Malawi, accord full recognition to the rights of future generations by means of environmental protection and the sustainable development of natural resources, and conserve and enhance the biological diversity of Malawi. The Environmental Management Act makes provision for the protection and management of the environment and the conservation and sustainable utilization of natural resources. Among other things, the Act reiterates the right to a safe environment. The Act mandates the Department of Environmental Affairs to oversee the implementation of provisions of the Act. The Act also establishes the National Council of the Environment, whose function is to advise the Minister on all matters and issues affecting the protection and management of the environment, and the conservation and sustainable utilization of natural resources. Furthermore, the minister responsible for the environment is mandated to assess environmental impact assessments for projects that have been designated by the minister as requiring one. To that effect, various policies have been adopted to ensure that a safe environment is provided to Malawians. Some of these policies include the National Forestry Policy of 2016, which is elaborated under page 13 of our report. In 2020, Malawi intensified its tree planting campaign, which is being rolled out in all districts in the country. Furthermore, a National Day of Cleaning was designated to be the last Friday of every month. These initiatives will ensure the creation of conducive environment for Malawians to reverse the effects of climate change. Furthermore, the Ministry of Forestry and Natural Resources launched the Malawi Strategy on Climate Change Learning in February 2021. The objective of the strategy is to contribute to the National Climate Change Resilience Program through the strengthening of human resource skills, development, and institutional arrangements for the advancement of green, low emission, and climate resilient development. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to my colleague, Lumbani Mafurira.
Chairperson and distinguished commissioners and all participants. I will now take you through the responses to the questions that were posed under the Maputo Protocol. The first set of questions were relating to Articles 3, 4, and 5, protection of women against violence and harmful practices. The first question was asking the delegation to elaborate on the forms of gender-based violence, how it is being dealt with by the police, specifically with regard to spousal rape. The Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act under Section 62 provides for the offense of spousal rape in circumstances where the couple is on judicial separation. The offense is handled with a seriousness, as is the case with all sexual offenses. To date, the Malawi Police Service has not recorded any marital rape or spousal rape case under this provision. The next question related to the strategies that are being implemented to eliminate harmful practices that are prescribed under the HIV/AIDS Prevention and Management Act. In order to modify harmful cultural practices, the government is undertaking several initiatives, such as engaging traditional, religious, and community leaders to modify harmful practices. These are being engaged at community dialogue sessions, as well as participation in various programs. Recently, the government developed a male engagement strategy, which identifies and prioritizes interventions that involve men and boys in gender-based violence and sexual and reproductive health. The government has also scaled up its implementation on positive masculinity activities so as to detoxify, to demystify rather, the toxic environment and social norms. The other question related to how the measures that have been implemented with regard to gender-based violence are contributing to the number of successful investigations and prosecution of perpetrators and measures being taken to address victims of gender-based violence. The establishment of these measures that are highlighted in our report has contributed to the following: increased reporting of gender-based violence incidents due to the quality essential services being provided in these structures. So these structures are the one-stop centers that were mentioned in our report. It has also led to strengthened capacity of service providers who are able to provide quality GBV services, and has also led to enhanced collaboration and coordination among key stakeholders managing gender-based violence incidences, and also led to an increased accessibility to gender-based violence services through reduction of distances, especially those cases that are being dealt with in remote areas. Now going to the set of questions posed relating to Articles 2, 8, and 9, 8, 9, and 12, relating to equality and non-discrimination. The delegation of Malawi was asked to report on the recommendation that was made to enact legislation relating to affirmative action. Section 11 of the Gender Equality Act provides for quotas in the public service, and the provision provides for the appointing authority in public service to appoint not less than 40% being women and 60% being males. So to address the gender disparities in the number of women in decision-making position, government has strengthened the implementation of this section just quoted. Furthermore, the government is working on electoral reforms to include gender quotas in election of members of parliament. And once this reforms have been enacted into law, it will create a threshold of one member of at least one member of parliament to be from every female from every district, thereby increasing the women representation in decision making in public affairs. To facilitate implementation of the Gender Equality Act, the government has also developed guidelines which are upon being endorsed by the Minister of Justice and being gazetted will address the current implementation bottlenecks. There was another question relating to administrative measures being taken to address the issue of gender disparity and inequality in civil service and oversight institutions. There is regular lobbying, advocacy, and awareness targeting public sector recruitment commissions on the 40-60 requirement through and also through organizational performance appraisers. MDAs are being encouraged to report on their gender indicators and outcomes of the number of women that they have recruited in their particular institutions. Additionally, government is also recognizing that there is a negative impact that sexual exploitation in the workplace has on reducing opportunities for women in civil service. And therefore, public sexual harassment policy has been developed in order to make the public service institutions more favorable to all gender groups. And also the government has developed a model gender law, which is to be implemented in all institutions, including in the private sector. And now I'll skip to the question where the delegation of Malawi was being asked about the measures it is taking to adopt to address gender disparities and ensure equitable access to education at all levels, especially for women and girls in the rural areas. To address some of these issues, the government implemented a readmission policy for girls who have had to drop out of school on account of being pregnant. This readmission policy was amended in 2016, and it provides for readmission of girls after pregnancy. However, we do note that there is stigma surrounding implementation, which is affecting the successful implementation of the policy, and more efforts are being made to sensitize the public adequately so as not to stigmatize against the girl child who's returning to school after giving birth. In addition, there are ongoing initiatives such as the provision of cash transfers for the ultra-poor households, construction of girls' hostels, promotion of menstrual hygiene with the help of development partners such as USAID and PEPFAR, who have been constructing changing rooms and girls-friendly toilets in some primary schools so as to ensure that girls do not miss school on the days when they're going through their menses. And now address the question relating to Article 14 on health and reproductive health rights. The question that was posed to the Malawi delegation are the steps being taken to allocate necessary resources to improve maternal health care services in rural areas, particularly to ensure that these facilities are adequately equipped. The following steps are being adopted. There's a development of yearly drug and equipment supplies quantification with stakeholders. Secondly, requests are shared with Ministry of Health and partners to procure equipment and drugs and necessary supplies. District and health hospitals manage their drug budgets and procure drug supplies from the Central Medical Stores Trust. Gaps of equipment, drugs, and supplies are identified through monitoring visits of health facilities and during review meetings using logistics management information systems. And distribution of equipment and supplies is also done according to the levels of care and gaps identified. And healthcare workers are being mentored on equipment, drugs, and supply use, care, and accountability using a use of inventories and stock cards. Now address the question relating to the steps being taken to ensure that incidents of an unsafe abortion are minimized. There is a post-abortion care guidelines that are being reviewed and have provision for safe abortion for women whose life is in danger in line with the current legal framework. The process is underway for printing of health and training of health care workers on these revised guidelines. Moving on to questions relating to Articles 20, 21, 22, and 23 on the rights of specially protected groups of women. The delegation was asked to indicate the measures being taken to ensure that the healthcare system for the elderly and the protection of the elderly from elderly women from abuse. So the Malawi has a universal access to health and healthcare policy where every citizen receives medical care in the public health facilities for free, and this applies to older persons as well. However, to address the challenges older persons face specifically in healthcare access, plans are underway to introduce elderly health friendly services and include geriatric services in existing outreach clinics. There are also initiatives by NGOs where special hospitals are being constructed. As regards the protection of older women, a specific legal framework has been developed to strengthen protection of older persons in Malawi. The draft legal framework will spell out measures that deal with elderly abuse in the family, community, and the national level. Government is also strengthening capacity of community governance structures to effectively and efficiently deal with cases relating to violence against older persons. I will now hand you over to my colleague who will address questions relating to refugees and asylum seekers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lumbani. All protocols observed. Through you, Commissioner Solomon, let me take the Commission through the questions that relate to refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, as well as Article 18, which mainly relates to trafficked women and children. Now, the first question that related to refugees was that of the reservations that Malawi made to the 1951 Refugee Convention. And it was pointed out that Malawi adopted a restrictive approach in the way we manage our refugees, and that we asked to inform the Commission whether we are considering withdrawing the reservations that we made to the 1951 Convention in order for us to provide a better protection for refugees and asylum seekers. Now, as a response, it is indeed true that Malawi made reservations, 9 of them in total, to the 1951 Convention. But the time these reservations were made and the time in which we are living in today, we're living in totally two different times, in that the way things were then are different from the way things are today. And I can confirm that refugees today at Dzaleka or wherever they are living are now free to own property. They are granted permissions to reside outside the camp, and some are allowed to attend public schools. So because of that, the government of Malawi noted that the dynamics of refugee situation is changing. Therefore, the management of refugees also ought to change. So as a matter of good practice, that's why some of the laws or some of the restrictions that were made to them have been relaxed. And in light of that, the government has had consultations with various stakeholders pertaining to that in order to have the reservations removed. So the government will, in the process, critically assess the extent to which things have changed for each reservations, and that will guide the relevant stakeholders in order for them to develop policies that will govern the new norm. And the follow-up questions was related to the existence of the refugee bill, which has been under consideration for the past 7 years. And the Commission was very much interested to know more about the status of that bill and also the reasons for the slow pace of the adoption policy. And my response, the Malawi's response to that one is that Malawi initially planned to adopt what we call a refugee policy. However, it was realized that during the drafting session, it was recommended that the refugee policy must be incorporated into the national migration policy. So because of that switch that we had wanted to make, the delay came in. But I have good news this morning to say this national migration policy, which has incorporated the refugee policy, has now been finalized and it is pending cabinet approval. So once it has been approved by the cabinet, and then later on, that's when we'll start discussing the bill. And the third question related to the IDPs, it was, okay, the question was, why does Malawi's report makes no mention of the situation of IDPs? Does it mean that there are no internally displaced persons in Malawi? The response is, currently, we can say, yes, there are no internally displaced persons as a result of disasters. Otherwise, in Malawi, disasters such as floods are the major cause of displacements. And most of the IDPs are common during the rainy season. So maybe because of the last season, the rains weren't that much, so we do not have IDPs. As a follow-up question to that one, has the government put in place a plan of action in order to prevent further disasters? Yes, the government of Malawi put in place actions, and one of the action is that of relocation, whereby the government is working in cooperation with the humanitarian partners that we have in order to relocate those people who have been affected or who may be affected to safer areas to prevent loss of property and life in the event that disasters of that nature occur again. And the second action that the government of Malawi took is that of strengthening the community-based early warning systems, whereby the government and the humanitarian partners that I've talked about developed messages that are disseminated based on the weather forecast to all the people who are living in the disaster-prone areas in order for them to be kept up to date of what's happening on the ground. And then the other question was about Malawi's ratification of the Kampala Convention and whether we plan to adopt a national policy for the implementation of the Kampala Convention. And the response is, in order to give effect to the Kampala Convention, the government of Malawi adopted the Natural Disaster Risk Management Policy. This Natural Disaster Risk Management Policy presents the aspirations of the government of Malawi in ensuring that disaster losses and impacts are sustainably reduced. Not only that, but this policy is also there to ensure that disaster risk management is mainstreamed in developing planning and policies of all sectors in order to reduce the impact of disasters and ensure sustainable development in the country. And with regard to Article 18, the question that came from one of the commissioners was what measures have been put in place in order to guarantee that survivors of trafficking receive adequate care and support in Malawi. So the government of Malawi put in place quite a number of measures, and I will simply share with the commission this morning 4 of them. The first measure is that the government designated 4 premises as shelters of trafficked victims, so that those people who have been trafficked, if they are to be well protected, they are taken and kept in these shelters. So currently we have 4 of them, and resources allowing, I'm sure we will have some more added. And the second measure is that of the Trafficking in Person Fund, which was established by the Trafficking in Persons Act of 2015. And the purpose of this fund is to provide victims of trafficking with care and support, among others. And the third measure that the government of Malawi undertook is it partnered with non-governmental organizations which provides frontline support and care, including rehabilitation of victims. And the last measure is that the government of Malawi gazetted social welfare officers as protection officers for all victims of trafficking. These are but just some of the measures that the government of Malawi undertook. There was also a question that related to measures that have been put in place in order to ensure that survivors of trafficking are not inappropriately incarcerated, they are not inappropriately fined or otherwise penalized solely for unlawful acts committed as a direct result of their being trafficked. And the response is there's no law in force in Malawi which would empower law enforcement agents to arrest or fine victims of trafficking. What happens is once persons have been identified as victims of trafficking, they are provided with all the necessary psychosocial and other support that they may need. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, state delegates and colleagues. We will now proceed to respond to other questions which were posed to us in line with various thematic areas. And we'll start with Article 6, which is on the right to liberty and security of person, particularly on the issue of prisons, conditions of detention and policing. There was a question where we were asked essentially to give statistical information on the number of females, that is those in prison custody, females, male, juveniles, and remand officers as of 2019. This is the breakdown. In total, as our report shows, as at 2019, we had 14,700 persons in prisons. And out of that, males were 11,050, females 123, juveniles 665, and of these, we disaggregated the data further. Of these, on remand, we had, or maybe I should start again. The numbers I was giving you initially are those who are convicted. So of the convicted prisoners, the males were 11,050, female 123, juvenile 665. And those on remand, the males were 2,682, females 105, and juveniles 75. We also had a question on the plans to construct a maximum security prison, some place outside Lilongwe, which would accommodate about 40,000 inmates. So the question was, when is the government planning to build this prison? And is it designed to conform to international prison standards, and whether there are plans to build other prisons? So the answer to this one is that the plan to build this prison has been there for a while, but it's been delayed because of the usual issues of resources. However, the land was already secured, and the plans and the designs are surely to make sure that the prison is in line with international standards. And like most of the current prisons which were built many years ago, some were built during the colonial era, but this one, it will be made sure that it is built in line with the required international standards. So the plans are still there, and resources allowing the building is going to start. There was another question, same on prison conditions, on the medical facilities that are provided to prisoners, and generally what the government has done to improve the condition of the health condition of prisoners. And also there was a question on medical facilities available to prisoners living with HIV/AIDS. Now the answer to that one is that in almost all of our prisons, inmates which are living with HIV have access to antiretroviral treatment, and there is always enough stock in the clinics to make sure that they have access to this. And progressively, facilities are being improved to ensure that not only those who are on antiretrovirals, but maybe those also suffering from TB and other ailments, they should be properly taken care of. There was a question whether there is any special treatment of vulnerable groups in prison, such as pregnant women with children, those with HIV/AIDS, and persons with disabilities already mentioned. The challenge is what we talked about, that most of the prisons were designed a long time ago. So there are moves essentially to rehabilitate some of the prisons to ensure that the facilities are suitable and friendly to persons with disabilities as well as pregnant mothers. Another question was on whether civil society organizations and other institutions are allowed to visit prisons and places of detention. That should be prisons and police. The answer to this one is that yes, civil society organizations are allowed to visit prison facilities. The only thing that they need to do is to seek permission and approval from the relevant prison authorities. But there are really no impediments to civil society organizations visiting prisons. Actually, two of the civil society organizations which are on our task force, the National Task Force on the Charter, that is Paralegal Advisory Service and CREA, Center for Human Rights Education Advice and Assistance, have a very long working relationship with the prison authorities, and they have quite good access to the prisons. There was another question on in our report. We did indicate that the Human Rights section in the ministry, working with the Malawi Prison Service and the Human Rights Commission, are in the process of establishing complaints handling mechanism in selected prisons in Malawi. So the question was why or when are we going to ensure that this is not restricted to selected prisons, but should be rolled out in all prisons essentially, so that the issue of access to justice is open to all prisons in Malawi. Our response to this is that the project is just being piloted. So for now, we'll start with the major prisons, mostly the maximum security prisons. After that, to see when we see how it works and how successful it is, then we'll move to other prisons. But the intention is that essentially this should be spread to all other prisons in Malawi. There was a question on lay visitors scheme. This one, we are still compiling information, and we will respond accordingly once we have that information. On female police officers, there was a question to say essentially on the percentage of female police officers in the Malawi Police Service. And the statistics which we have is that our police service has a total of about 13,000 police officers as of 2nd October 2020. And out of these, 3,681 are female, which represents 26%. It's a percentage which may not reach the 30 or the 40% mark as is required, but it's been progressively rising. and we trust that efforts will be made so that the percentages keep rising. There was also a question on, I think this is freedom of expression. Yes, freedom of expression, access to information. A good number of the questions which were asked were already addressed by the Honorable Minister in his statement, but I will address the question on decriminalizing defamation. We're asked to say whether we have plans in line with Principle 22 of the Declaration, whether we have any plans to decriminalize defamation. This is an issue which has been discussed, and it's still undergoing a discussion with the relevant Minister of Information, the Media Council of Malawi. So it's something which really is on our eye. We have set our eyes on it, and we believe that by the next report, we'll come up with a more concrete position. There was a question on Principle 16 and 17 on the self-regulation and co-regulation of the media. Yes, we have that arrangement here. And we have the Media Council of Malawi, which takes care of all media issues and regulates the conduct of media persons. I'll move to Article 10 and 11 on freedom of association and assembly. And here we had several questions, especially on human rights defenders. The first question which was asked was for us to give the Commission measures which have been taken to prevent incidents like the one which happened, I think 2019 or thereabouts, where tear gas was used against demonstrators who had taken refuge at a central hospital in Blantyre, the Queen Elizabeth Central Hospital. Our response is that the whole period of 2019-2020, where we had quite huge demonstrations here, has been a good learning experience for our police officers. And as such, they have improved their engagement, especially with those who are planning demonstrations, to ensure that instances of violence should be reduced. And since then, since 2020, we have had almost 0 instances where demonstrators have been attacked or treated badly. So the experiences we had in 2019-2020 essentially have helped us to ensure that such things are never done again and not repeated. There was a question specifically on several human rights defenders. These who were arrested between 2018, 2019, 2020, and these are Mrs. Timothy Ntambo, Gift Trapensi, and Reverend McDonald Semberega. They were arrested in March 2020. The update on this one is that the Director of Public Prosecutions essentially discontinued the cases which are opened against these human rights defenders. So they are no longer being prosecuted. And I think out of all this, as I said, in terms of demonstrations, is also lessons learned that human rights defenders should be given the liberty to do their work without being victimized. And I add further in line with another question, which was what measures have been put in place by the government to ensure a safe working environment for human rights defenders. The measures are simply engagement. As we said in the minister's presentation and in our report, that we are using the National Task Force as a forum for the government and human rights defenders to discuss human rights issues. So the measures put in place, the laws are there defending the human rights defenders, but it's just a question of the government being able to engage more constructively with human rights defenders. And I think that is being done properly. Right. There were other more questions which I will quickly touch on. There was a question on statelessness, and the question was that whether the government of Malawi plans to take any measures to put an end to discrimination based on race, contrary to Article 2 of the Charter. Firstly, in terms of statelessness, we have undertaken as early as at UPR in November last year, that we are going to ratify all the necessary international instruments, the 1964 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. So that one, steps have already started, the consultations are already underway, and we believe that very soon, definitely before the end of this year, we are going to ratify that convention, and we'll be able to report more thoroughly and constructively in our next report. Now, let me touch on the protection of persons living with HIV and AIDS, as we are asked several questions on this. As was indicated in our report, we have a legislation passed in 2018 on it's called the prevention of HIV/AIDS. The committee essentially, rather the commission, asked us what progress has been made by the government since the adoption of this law, and what are the challenges that we are facing. The progress which has been made is quite substantial. Firstly, the law became operational in June 2018. And then secondly, the government instituted a task force to oversee a functional review process of the National AIDS Commission. We already had the National AIDS Commission, but it's been reviewed and reconstituted so that it is properly aligned to the law. And the new National AIDS Commission became operational on 1st July 2019. There's also been development of regulations on accreditation of information on HIV and AIDS, as the law provides in sections 23 to 25. We have also developed the HIV and AIDS prevention and management at the workplace regulations. These ones are still in draft form and they'll be concluded shortly. Also, development of National HIV and AIDS Prevention and Management Act guidelines for health services providers. This is in line with Part 4 of the Act, and this is also in draft form and will be concluded shortly. In terms of the challenges being faced, as is well known with matters to do with HIV and AIDS, the challenge is the usual, the challenge that these people face of being discriminated in society. And the second one is in terms of the dissemination of the law. We still have a gap, an information gap in terms of knowledge. Most people are not aware of this law. So both Ministry of Health and National AIDS Commission are working to ensure that people are very conversant with this law. There was a question on the harmful practices which were annexed to our report. There was a question on what exactly are they, and we've been asked to interpret them because they're in vernacular. So we're asked to explain what they mean. I'll explain some of them, and in our written submission, which we'll submit to you immediately after this, we have given more meat, and you'll be able to read and follow exactly what those practices, harmful practices are. But in terms of the annex which we attach to the report, there are several harmful practices, which the first one is called Chimwana Mai. This is a practice which involves wife or girlfriend swapping. The second one is called Fisi. This is where a man is deemed important in a family, and another man is essentially hired and invited in to make the wife pregnant. The third one is Kuchota Fumbi. This is where when a girl reaches puberty, she's taken through traditional initiation rites, and some cultures advise such girls to sleep with a man immediately, so that they are properly initiated. This one is called Kuchota Fumbi. Number 4, Kuiga Mwana Kumalo, or in another language, Kujulantoa. This is when a girl reaches puberty and is taken through again initiation rites. And this is where they are forced to sleep with a male, essentially to enlarge their vaginal orifice. And then there's kulowa or kupita kufa. If you check the list, this is a practice where in some cultures, they expect a widow to sleep with a man in order to scare off evil spirits. Another one is called kulowa or kupita ngozi. This is a practice where some cultures expect a widow to marry with a brother to the deceased husband. So if the husband passes away, then the culture forces them essentially to marry the brother to the deceased husband. And then lastly, there's one called kusama la mlendo. This is where some cultures offer a girl visiting a girl to a visiting male in order for them to be to sleep with them. So briefly, there are others here which I think we will, as I've said, we'll submit this and then you can follow exactly what they mean. So all these, as our annex said, and as the law says, have been deemed to be harmful practices, and therefore they are not allowed, and anyone caught doing this is going to face the full arm of the law. We already have an example. The second example, the second definition of fisi, which I gave you. This is where a man is hired to go and sleep with women whose husband are deemed impotent. We already have a decided case there where someone was charged and found guilty of practicing this harmful practice. I'll now move to the right to education, Article 17, where there was a question on the literacy rate for Malawi. The literacy rate for Malawi, in line with the Malawi Population Census 2018, it shows that our literacy rate is at 68.6%, with 71.6 for males and 65.9 for females. So you can see that it is lower for females, and this is something which our planners in the education sector are essentially looking into to ensure that women do not lag behind. There was also a question in relation to Article 18, the protection of the rights of women and children, the aged and disabled. This one was, I think part of it has already been answered in terms of the psycho. I think Eunice tackled that, whether there is medical or psychological support to survivors of trafficking. So I'll not bother with that, but I'll talk on the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act, which our report says that was reviewed, and the report is with the Ministry of Justice. And there was a question to say what happens next. So the bill comes to Ministry of Justice. Once it's ready to be presented to, once the Ministry of Justice does the usual vetting, it is presented to Cabinet for approval, then it is passed on to Parliament for enactment. And we think that process should be done very soon. There was a question on persons with disabilities in relation to the draft bill, the same draft bill, to say that why are we reviewing it, and is the review essentially geared to align it to the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as the African Protocol on Persons with Disabilities? The answer is yes, because our current disabilities bill, although it is largely progressive, has certain areas missing. So the review process was essentially to ensure that it is in line with the CRPD, as well as the African Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We have already indicated that we are going to ratify this convention, and the processes like consultations are way advanced, and we'll be going to ratify this one very soon. And I can assure you that by the time of the next report, we'll be actually reporting thoroughly on this protocol. Now, lastly, in terms of our comments, it was indicated in the introduction, of course, on Friday, that our report does not have a section on the Kampala Convention. Indeed, that is true and well noted. And we undertake that in our next report, we are going to include the Kampala Convention, aspects of the Kampala Convention, as well as the recently ratified protocol on older persons. So from our side, for now, we would stop there unless there are questions from the Commission for further clarification. But as we said in the introduction, we are going to submit to you our preliminary and immediate responses. We'll need some bit of more time for other questions, which we are working on. But very, very soon, we should be able to submit to the Commission. So on behalf of the Malawi delegation for now, thank you so much. And it's back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Chief State Advocate of Malawi and your delegations, members of the delegation, for providing us with responses to the various questions that have been posed to you by members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on both the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa. Indeed, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights looks forward to receiving the written responses in full, with the inclusion of those aspects of the questions on which you are still working. At this point in time, let me give the floor to the country rapporteur in order for the country rapporteur to make final concluding observations. Thereafter, I will wrap up. Honorable Commissioner Mwandenga, the country rapporteur, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, good morning. The Secretariat, members of the Malawian delegation, as well as the delegates. We, on behalf of the Commission, I take note of the answers which the Malawian delegation has given. The answers that you have given have been extremely helpful in the sense that at least some of the issues that we raised have since been answered. But nonetheless, since you have also, and rightly so, pointed out that you have still got to make a fuller and comprehensive response, we look forward to receiving that comprehensive response to deal with the other issues which are still outstanding. But above all, I wish to pay particular tribute. I think when it comes to page 105 of the report, from the explanation that you have given, I believe my fellow commissioners have indeed seen the extent of which those harmful practices are. And I think they now have an appreciation of those harmful practices which have been prohibited. That we still look forward to more information on the other harmful practices which you haven't explained. And may I simply add by saying that Zikomo Kwambiri, that is a local language, Chair, for common to Zambia and Malawi. Zikomo Kwambiri kuli ino delegation yako Malawi. Mwachita bwino pakubwera nso kupitiriza na kuyanka mafunso ya mentina pasa. Zikomo. Thank you, Chair.
Zikomo. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mwandenga. We are in the year of arts, culture, and heritage. It's really great that you allowed us to hear one of the vernaculars and also indicating the ties between our different countries, Zambia and Malawi, the shared culture and language. Let me give the floor also to Commissioner Manuela, the special rapporteur on the rights of women, also for her to make concluding observations.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Muito bom dia, caros colegas. Bom dia, delegação do Malawi, membros do secretariado, caros intérpretes. Senhor Presidente, começaria por felicitar a delegação do Malawi por nos ter trazido esclarecimentos sobre pontos que no relatório não estavam bem explícitos, principalmente, portanto, falo da parte B do protocolo de Maputo, não estavam bem explícitos, portanto, vieram as explicações. Algumas delas, portanto, acredito que devido à tradução e à velocidade com que o fazemos a nível de uma sessão virtual, aguardamos, como disse bem o senhor representante da delegação, que fará a entrega ao secretariado, provavelmente já o tenha feito, para consultarmos essas novas informações, para podermos conformar com as que existem no relatório e podermos, então, com alguma profundidade, verificar o bom trabalho que é feito a nível do Malawi. Agradecer e felicitar mais uma vez a delegação por este esforço e esta conversa cordial sobre como estamos a implementar os direitos da mulher a nível do Malawi. Junto-me ao senhor comissário Mandenga para felicitar o facto de nos terem trazido o significado de alguma dessas práticas e também ter sido dito que está sendo feito um trabalho para que elas possam ser banidas, extirpadas da comunidade no Malawi. Então, mais uma vez, muito obrigada. Tomamos boa nota de tudo quanto foi dito e provavelmente na próxima conversa que tivermos com o Malawi será mais e melhor, mais agradável e mais produtiva em relação ao que vamos fazer agora. Obrigada e um bom regresso ou um bom descanso para a delegação do Malawi, que eu acredito que não tenha descansado o suficiente durante todo o final de semana para poder trazermos essas respostas agradáveis.
Thank you very much to both Commissioner Manuela and also Country Rapporteur Commissioner Mwandenga. I wish to welcome from the response that have been given the plan of Malawi to ratify the OPCAT and indeed at the African Commission we look forward to congratulate you and welcome the ratification of the OPCAT. I also wish once again in terms of ratification, you also indicated a plan to ratify the UN instrument relating to statelessness. Once again, we look forward to welcome this also being acted on, as well as the withdrawal of the reservations relating to the 1951 Convention on Refugees, given that progress had already been made to take measures relating to better treatment of refugees in Malawi. I wish also to, I think, welcome the issues relating to the admission policy for pregnant girls, readmission policy, in order to ensure continuation of their education. That is a welcome development, but we indeed at the African Commission encourage you not just to ensure the implementation of the policy, but to take advocacy and awareness creation measures in order to deal with the stigmatization that's associated with pregnancy for teenage school-going girls. We also welcome the fact that Malawi has a universal health care policy, which is also another welcome development. I wish also to indicate that you have set your eyes on decriminalization of defamation, and we hope that a concrete plan is put in place. That's our recommendation. A concrete plan is put in place in order to decriminalize defamation in Malawi. And we do hope that by the time of the next session, you will give us update on where this plan on decriminalization of defamation would stand. We also welcome the discontinuation of the cases against a number of human rights defenders. And we would like to encourage you to continue to work together with human rights defenders. As you said, it would be good to have this task force working with all human rights defenders. I wish to welcome, over the weekend, the President of Malawi announced measures that have been taken against misappropriation and misuse of funds that were allocated to for purpose of COVID-19 prevention and management. As we said in our previous sessions, the misuse and misappropriation of COVID-19 related resources is such a very serious abdication of responsibility. And indeed, it is one of those cases in which public officials completely breach. It is such a serious breach of trust by the public in a time of such need on the part of the public. So we welcome the measures that have been announced by the President, and we encourage that these measures are enforced and those responsible are also taken to court in order to send the right message so that these kinds of behaviors do not repeat themselves again. With that, on behalf of all the members of the Commission and on my own behalf, I wish to once again extend our gratitude to Malawi for the presentation of their state report covering the period 2015 to March 2019. We look forward to the next reporting cycle, which would be due very soon in 2022. And we hope that Malawi will be able to follow the example of Niger, which has been very quick in getting back to the Commission with its report. Thank you once again. If you have a last departing greetings you wish to make, I'm happy to give you the floor, and then we would stop there.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, state delegates, and colleagues. We appreciate this constructive dialogue, and we are looking forward to submitting our more comprehensive responses. And of course, at the end of this process, we are looking forward to the concluding observations and the recommendations from the Commission. So thank you very much that we've been part of this process. The next report is due 2022, not very far away. We will quickly get back to running around. And as we promised, certainly we'll have the Kampala Convention in the report as well as the protocol on older persons. We just hope that our next review will be back in the Gambia. We have missed beef domoda and the other nice things you find in Senegambia, some which I can't mention here, but thank you. Thank you so much on behalf of Malawi. we are very grateful to have been part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I think in expressing the fact that you miss being in Banjul is, I'm sure, a sentiment that many of us share with you. We do hope that with COVID vaccine distribution and access being fast-tracked, we look forward to being back hopefully by 2022. This brings us to the end of our consideration of the State Report of Malawi. Dear colleagues, honorable members of the Commission, distinguished state delegates, NHRIs and civil society organizations, we now take a 1-hour health break, and we will be back exactly on top of the hour at 12 GMT. Now it is 11 GMT, so we'll be back at 12 GMT. Thank you very much. Colleagues, honorable members of the Commission and distinguished delegates, had a good health break. With your kind permission, now we are on the 1 hour mark. I wish to call this session back to order. According to the agenda for today, we have started another agenda item apart from the agenda item relating to item 6 on state periodic reports. We started item 7 on the activity reports of the members of the Commission and special mechanisms. We started with Commissioner King, first thing earlier today when we started the session. Commissioner King presented reporting relating to special rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information, as well as a member of the Commission, and indeed as country rapporteur of a number of states parties to the African Charter. Those
I think we have lost the chair. I think we have lost the chair.
Okay, apologies about that. There was an internet disruption. So I wish to ask whether the CDFDH, this is the NGO with observer status 525. If the representative of CDFDH is with us, there was a request to take the floor in respect to Commissioner King's activity report. Do we have the representative of CDFDH? No. Okay. The other organization that requested to take the floor in respect to Commissioner King's activity report is MAAD, for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association. Do we have the representative? Okay, unfortunately, we still don't have the representative. Okay. Distinguished delegates, state parties, and HRIs, and civil society organizations, this is agenda item 7 on the activity reports of members of the Commission and special mechanisms. May I kindly request all of you who would wish to take the floor in respect of activity reports to kindly register with the Secretariat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. You can, communicate your request and also the email contacts to which you may wish, to send those requests for intervention on the chat platform. I also wish to encourage state delegates to kindly continue to register with the Secretariat for purpose of presenting your statement under agenda item 3. Of course, this request and encouragement is not just to states parties, but also to NHRIs and civil society organizations as well. Now, let's move to the next activity report. On the list, I have Commissioner Amsbury, who would be presenting activity reports in respect of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, /communities and minorities in Africa. And with respect to the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People Living with HIV and those at risk, vulnerable to and affected by HIV, and indeed in her capacity as member of the Commission as well, and country rapporteur for a number of countries. Commissioner Amsbury, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and members of the Commission. It is Commissioner Amsbury presenting the Intersession Activity Report as the chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, Communities and Minorities in Africa. And I will also be presenting the Intersession report as the chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People Living with HIV, those at risk and vulnerable to and affected by HIV. Thank you, Chair. May I proceed? The report is being submitted in the session of the Commission, the OS, from the 14th of April to the 4th of May. Introduction. This report is submitted in accordance with Rule 25.3 and Rule 64 of the 2020 Rules of Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Commission. It highlights the activities carried out during the intersession period after the 67th ordinary session of the Commission, held virtually from 13th of November to 3rd of December, and also covers the period of up to April 2021. The report is organized into 4 chapters. Chapter 1 provides an overview of the activities carried out in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, Communities and Minorities in Africa, the Working Group. Chapter 2 provides information on the activities carried out by the Steering Committee on Indigenous Populations in Africa. Chapter 3 provides a summary of letters of appeal sent during the intersession period. Chapter 4 focuses on the situation of indigenous populations during the period under review. And Chapter 5 relates to the recommendations of the working group made with a view to ensuring better promotion and protection of the rights of indigenous populations on the continent. Chapter 1, activities carried out in my capacity as the chairperson of the working group. The working group met on the commencement of a study on 12th of March 2021. I convened a virtual meeting of the members of the working group to discuss modalities pertaining to the commencement of a study on the impact of COVID-19 on the rights of indigenous peoples and communities in Africa. The meeting agreed on a roadmap for the study and decided to kickstart as soon as the Commission adopts a resolution commissioning the study. During the meeting, the working group also discussed other ongoing studies, funding opportunities, and activities relevant to the working group during the course of the year. The working group had an interview on review of 20 years of partnership. The above referenced interview took place virtually on 26th of March 2021. The review assessed the relevance, strategy, results, and impacts of the International Working Group for Indigenous Affairs, the IWGIA's work, as it relates to the working group, with a view to making recommendations on how the IWGIA could continue supporting and working alongside the working group, as well as suggest potential funding leads. The review was done in 2 parts. The first part was an internal strategic report for the IWGIA, and the second part, an external publication supported by a short film for broader diffusion in May 2021, which marks 20 years of collaborative work. The publication and the short film are aimed at celebrating the three-way partnership between the Commission, the Working Group, the IWGIA, and the indigenous movements on the African continent, and my contributions formed an essential part of this undertaking. Chapter 2, activities carried out by the Steering Committee. On March 2nd, 2021, the Steering Committee on Indigenous Peoples of Africa, the committee, also referred to as the United Nations Interagency Support Group on Indigenous Issues, to provide updates on the concept note of various activities and budget aimed at supporting the mandate of the working group for the period 2021 to 2023. The meeting was informed that expected funds from one of the donors was no longer available. Hence, the need to source alternative funding became imperative. There was a proposal to engage in a robust resource mobilization strategy and getting a number of countries and organizations involved. In this regard, the committee, together with the working group, planned to organize a round table of donors in June, July 2021. The committee also recommended that the theme of the round table focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on indigenous populations, and members of the working group were requested to share information on the impact of COVID-19 on indigenous populations in their different regions and countries, for inclusion in the concept note earlier referenced. Chapter 3, Letters of Appeal. Joint letter of appeal on the human rights situation in the DRC. On 11th March 2021, the working group, together with the Commissioner Rapporteur on the human rights situation in the DRC of the Commission, sent a joint letter of appeal to His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, President of the DRC. The letter addressed allegations received on the 14th of January 2021 regarding 46 members of the Batwa Bambuti community who were killed by an unidentified armed group in the village of Masini, Ituri, and Eastern DRC. It was alleged that amongst the victims of the massacre were 10 men, 36 women, 15 children, of which were girls and boys aged between 3 months and 16 years. It was further alleged that more than 180 households, indigenous Batwa, Bambuti, and other local communities from the villages of Abembi, Masini, Musango, Zunguluka, and Maitatus were affected by this attack, leading to the displacement of over 100 people. In the letter of appeal, we informed His Excellency that if the allegations were correct, the government of the DRC would be in violation of Article 4 on the right to life as enshrined in the African Charter, and Article 5, survival and development of the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child. The letter of appeal urged the government of the DRC to inter alia provide clarification to the Commission regarding the above stated allegations, conduct prompt and impartial investigations into the allegations without delay, and hold the perpetrators accountable, and ensure full and effective reparations to address the harm suffered by the victims, including their families and dependents. Such reparations should comprise the implementation of guarantees of non-repetition. Chapter 5, brief overview of the situation of indigenous communities in Africa. Positive developments. During the intercession period, the following positive development was registered in the protection of indigenous populations in Africa, in particular, the Ogieks community of the Republic of Kenya. Despite the positive outlook of this development, however, it remains concerning that it might not serve as a permanent solution for the Ogiek or the precarious situation they face on the ground under the constant threat of further evictions. Conservatory orders in their case in Kenya. As noted in the previous activity report presented during the 67th OS, the government of Kenya established a multi-agency team in September 2020 to address the inter-ethnic violence in Eastern Mau between the Ogieks and non-Ogieks communities and find a permanent solution to the historical land injustices experienced by the Ogiek community. As part of that process, the multi-agency team proposed a land titling and audit scheme that would see both the Ogieks and non-Ogiek community members given 5-acre plots of land as private parcels, as well as 2,140 hectares of communal land for the Ogiek community in Eastern Mau. Concerns have, however, been expressed that the scheme proposed under the auspices of the multi-agency team is problematic for a number of reasons, including one, the government apparently failed to adequately consult or seek the free, prior, and informed consent of the Ogiek community in line with its international and domestic law obligations. Two, it formalizes illegal settlement by non-Ogiek on Ogiek ancestral lands in disregard of the 2017 Ogiek judgment and the 2009 caveat barring any new titles being issued on those lands. And three, it ignores the Ogiek's claim to collective titles over the ancestral lands, which they see as critical to ensuring the survival of their culture, the Mau forest, and their way of life. Moreover, concerns have been raised that the process is allegedly being used to pressure members of the Ogiek community into accepting the 5-acre plots or risk getting nothing at all. In view of these concerns, on 10th November 2020, members of the Ogiek community filed a case to challenge the multi-agency team process and the handing out of titles on Ogiek's ancestral lands before the Environmental and Land Court in Nakuru. The community also sought an injunction to put a stop to the titling process. The Environment and Land Court issued conservatory orders barring the government from proceeding with the titling and audit scheme until it has heard the merits of the claims. At the moment, the government of Kenya is largely compliant with the conservatory orders and appears to have temporarily stopped the multi-agency team's land audit and titling scheme. Whilst these conservatory orders offer temporary respite, as they are set to expire in July 2021, I am concerned that they do not guarantee the outcome of the case or that the Environment and Land Court may render a ruling on the underlying merits of the case that do not ultimately respect the 2017 Ogiek judgment. In the Cameroon, the Ministry of Social Affairs of Cameroon produced a draft document entitled National Development Plan for Indigenous Peoples, which aims at fighting poverty and social inequalities amongst indigenous peoples in the country. The draft document was presented during the 4th National Solidarity and Entrepreneurship Week, which took place in December 2020. The main objective of the development plan is to guide, supervise, and coordinate the different initiatives of public administrations, civil society organizations, and the technical and financial partners for effective and efficient actions in favor of the socio-economic development and inclusion of indigenous peoples. Algeria, the Amazigh. The Amazigh are the indigenous peoples of Algeria and other countries of North Africa. However, as reported in the previous activity reports, the Algerian government does not recognize the indigenous status of the Amazigh. As a positive development, the Republic of Algeria adopted a new constitution which recognizes the Amazigh identity. In its preamble, the new text makes reference to the Nubian kingdom that fought the Roman Empire in North Africa, and also mentions Algeria, an Arab and Amazigh Mediterranean African country, whereas the old version of the constitution stated that Algeria was solely Arab and Muslim. The new constitution also refers to the Amazigh language as a national and official language. The challenges. Regarding the challenges, the following have been registered during the intercession period. Algeria. It is alleged that 15 people who raised the Amazigh flag during demonstrations in July 2019 were arrested without any legal basis on 31st December 2020 and taken before the judge of Batna Court, Ores, Eastern Nigeria. The public prosecutor called for a sentence of 1 year in prison and a fine of 100,000 dinars for each of the accused for violating state security and national unity. Furthermore, Rashid Belkiri, member of the Federal Council of the CMA of the Ores region in the east of Algeria, is being prosecuted by the Algerian justice system for having carried the Amazigh flag during public demonstrations. His trial, which has been postponed several times, is now scheduled for 13th or was scheduled for 13th of January 2021. Niger. There have been a series of attacks in Niger during the intercession period, which have affected the indigenous populations, including on January 2nd, 2021, a massacre of more than 100 inhabitants of the village of Choma Bangu and Zero Madarige, Tilaberi region near the border with Mali was reported. And it is alleged that this massacre was perpetrated by armed men on motorbikes. Furthermore, more recently, on 15th of March 2021, it is alleged that near the village of Daye, Tilaberi, 66 civilians were murdered by armed men on motorbikes, and all the victims belong to the Zama community. On 21st July 2021, it is also alleged that armed men on motorbikes attacked the Tuareg village of Intazaneye, Bakora, and Wistane, killing 137 people of all ages. The attacks were reportedly carried out by members of the Islamic State group. In the DRC, the massacre of the Bambuti community in Ituri. In January 2021, there was an alarming attack targeting the Bambuti community in the east of the DRC. The working group, together with the country rapporteur for the DRC, addressed these allegations through a letter of appeal referenced in paragraph 10 to 13 above in this report. While the perpetrators of the attacks have not been identified, some local media have ascribed the killing to the rebel group Allied Democratic Forces, ADF, due to the modus operandi of the attack. While the cause, motives of the attack remain unclear, I am concerned by the scale of the attack and the fact that it targeted a particularly vulnerable indigenous population. Furthermore, due to the discrimination and structural barriers that the Bambuti face in terms of access to justice, the working group has urged that special measures be taken by authorities to ensure that adequate investigation is carried out on the ground. The government is also urged to ensure that adequate humanitarian and psychological support is provided to survivors, many of whom have been displaced. In the DRC, land use policies. The working group also received reports that the government of the DRC has advanced 2 national policies with direct consequences for indigenous land rights. The policies seemingly do not protect the rights of indigenous peoples, including the economic, social and cultural rights, and their rights related to the environment. And once again, referring to the DRC, massacre of the Batra communities around the Salunga National Park. On 19th of February 2021, reports emerged of inter-ethnic violence in Bianga territory of Monkuto in the province of Shuapa, on the outskirts of the Salongo National Park, between the Mpundu Bantu and Batwa indigenous communities. It is alleged that 50 Batwa were killed and more than 100 were injured. Recommendations. First, to the government of Kenya. The working group calls on the government of Kenya to continue to comply with the conservatory orders, ensure that it does not adopt any measures that are at odds with the 2017 African Court's judgment on the Ogiek case or prejudice its implementation, and ensure that any measures adopted to implement African Court judgment adequately consult the Ogiek community and ensures their participation in the process in line with their right to self-determination, as well as their free, prior, and informed consent. Our recommendations to the government of DRC. The working group calls on the government of DRC to report on the allegations addressed by the Commission in its letter of appeal of 11th March 2021. Inform the Commission on whether any investigations have taken place on the alleged massacre, and to safeguard the rights to land and environment of indigenous communities in the country. To the government of Niger, since indigenous peoples in Niger are mostly pastoralists, violence remains an ongoing and prominent threat to herders and their livelihood. The government should ensure that during crises, there is an independent review of consequences of these crises to the livelihood of indigenous populations in the country, especially as it relates to their land rights. I'd like to conclude, Honorable Chair, with general recommendations. Indigenous human rights defenders are increasingly targeted for defending the rights of indigenous peoples and communities. It is therefore imperative that states should adopt policies that effectively promote and protect the rights of indigenous human rights defenders. Such policies should be drafted with full and effective participation of indigenous communities as right holders. Furthermore, lack of legislation and national recognition of indigenous peoples in most African states poses challenges in the promotion and protection of their rights. States are urged to adopt laws that address various issues that affect the rights of indigenous peoples and communities, and also adopt strategies to enforce and implement them. Chair, that is the conclusion of our report. And although I said I would read the next report, may I take a break and drink some water and then maybe come back if it's agreeable to the chair to read my second report.
Sure, Commissioner Amsbury. Thank you for doing it almost within time of the 20 minutes allocated for activity, for your first activity report. I obviously wish to thank you for, bless you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Obviously, thank you very much for presenting that activity report. I just wish to indicate that the working group is a working group on the rights of indigenous populations, / communities and minorities. And I do wish to express my hope that the next activity report would cover the situation of minorities as well, not just indigenous populations or communities. I'm not sure if there are any registered requests for intervening in respect of this particular activity report, but from what I gather, it doesn't look like that we have any request to intervene in respect of your activity report. I do hope that state delegates, particularly Kenya, DRC, Algeria, among others, have Cameroon have closely followed the issues that have been raised in your activity report in respect of various issues that have been highlighted during the intercession period in respect of events or developments that your working group have been seized with during the intercession period. And I do also hope that they have also listened and taken note of the recommendations and your appeal in respect of specific situations relating to each of these countries. In the absence of any request to intervene in respect of the activity report as it relates to the working group on indigenous populations, /communities and minorities, if it is okay for you to proceed, Commissioner Amsbury, to the activity report of the committee on HIV and AIDS. I am happy to give you back the floor, or if you wish to take some air, that's also okay. I just wanted you to be at ease. That's what I wanted to do.
Chair, thank you for that consideration. I will go out, I will take a cough, I will clear my throat, and I will come back. Maybe the special rapporteur could do the report in between for us not to waste time. The next report, my report, is quite short. So I will be back.
No problem. Take your time. No problem, Commissioner Amsbury. Sorry about that. While Commissioner Amsbury takes place, may I ask if Commissioner Abomo is ready, or if Commissioner Mwandenga is ready? Commissioner Abomo, would you be able to proceed?
Merci de me passer la parole, Monsieur le Président, et bonsoir à tous les participants. Moi, je peux présenter mon rapport quand vous voulez, mais il m'a été indiqué comment on appelle ça, une présentation chronologique. Et le commissaire Mwandenga devait présenter son rapport avant le mien. Mais si vous insistez ici, ne voit pas d'inconvénient, je peux présenter mon rapport. Ça dépend de lui. Merci.
Thank you, Commissioner Abomo. I will give the floor then to, I'm just looking at the list that I have in front of me. I'll give the floor then to Commissioner Mwandenga. Commissioner Mwandenga, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair, the commissioners, the secretariat, the interpreters, and not the least, distinguished delegates. I am going to present the intercession activity report by myself as a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the chairman or chairperson of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights. The report is in this format. There will be an introduction, then there will be activities undertaken during the intercessional period as a member of the commission, as I mentioned earlier, and also as chairman of the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights. And then lastly, but not the least, I'll deal with the challenges and the recommendations. Chair, in section 1, the introduction, this report is prepared in accordance with rules 25, 3, and 64 of the Rules of Procedure 2020 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Commission. and covers the activities undertaken during the intersession period between the 67th and 68th ordinary sessions of the Commission. The report covers activities I undertook in my capacities as a member of the Commission and the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. The report, as I've already indicated, is divided in four parts. I won't repeat those. I'll go straight to section 2, which deals with the intersession activities. And in this respect, I'll deal with the activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission. Now, 67th ordinary session of the Commission, from the 13th November to the 3rd December 2020, I participated at the 67th ordinary session of the Commission, held virtually. The Commission discussed urgent human rights issues on the continent and considered and adopted decisions on communications and other documents, as well as examined periodic state reports. The final communique of the 67th ordinary session of the Commission is available on the Commission's website at www.hchpr.org sessions/info. Then 30th extraordinary session from the 11th to the 19th December, I participated in the 30th extraordinary session of the Commission, which was held virtually too. The session was organized to examine the planning activities for the implementation of its strategic plan for 2021 to 2025 and the formulation of its annual work plan 2021, as well as to discuss urgent human rights issues on the continent. The final communique of the 30th extraordinary session is also available on the Commission's website, which I earlier on cited. 31st extraordinary session of the Commission, from the 19th to the 25th February 2021, I participated in the 31st extraordinary session of the Commission, which was also held virtually. During the session, the Commission examined outstanding and urgent issues such as communications, urgent human rights issues on the communication. The final communique also of the 31st extraordinary session is also available at the Commission's website. Then there were also some intersession meetings of the Commission. Chair, on the 19th March 2021, I participated in an intersession meeting of the Commission, which was held virtually to discuss the human rights situation in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia on the ongoing crisis in the Tigray region and the redistribution of mandates and the countries responsible of the late Honorable Commissioner Ndiame Gay. On the 26th March 2021, I also participated in yet another intersession meeting for the Commission to discuss the letter to be sent to the chairperson of the African Union Commission in response to his letter, which was dated the 16th March 2021. I now proceed to deal with activities undertaken in my capacity as a chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa. Firstly, I'll deal with meetings. On the 4th of March, I held a meeting with UNAIDS to discuss the joint study on the right to health and its financing in Africa, mandated by the Commission's resolution number 446 of 2020, which tasked the Working Group on ECOSOC in collaboration with UNAIDS to conduct the joint study. The meeting was organized to discuss the working mechanisms and next steps for the joint study, as well as review the concept notes. Then there was a meeting with the Danish Institute of Human Rights by email dated the 22nd February 2021 as a follow-up to a meeting held on the 18th September 2020 to discuss the Danish Institute for Human Rights proposal to collaborate with the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa on a number of issues, I confirmed the working group's interest in collaborating with DIHR, as aforesaid, subject inter alia to the Danish Institute providing the relative concept note for consideration and or approval by the working group. By email dated 22nd March 2021, the Danish Institute advised that the concept note will be availed to us at the beginning of April 2021. Then there was also a meeting of the working group on economic and social and cultural rights in Africa. On the 29th March, I participated in the meeting of the working group on economic, social and cultural rights in Africa, organized to discuss the progress reports on the general comments on the role of non-state actors in the provision of social services and the joint study on the right to health and its financing mandated by the Commission in Resolution 434 and 446 respectively. The meeting was attended by all members of the working group. Under item B, I wish to highlight letters of urgent appeal and the press statements. There was a press statement on the death of former president of Ghana, His Excellency John Jerry Rawlings. Then there was also a letter of urgent appeal to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. On the 20th January 2021, as a commissioner rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the chairperson of the working group on economic, social and cultural rights in Africa, I sent an urgent letter to His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, regarding the killing of over 80 Ethiopian civilians on the 12th January 2021 in Daleti and in Makateo zone, Western Ethiopia, due to ethnic violence in the area. The assailants used guns, we are told, together with knives and other offensive weapons to carry out the attack. The Commission is yet to receive a response from the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I now deal with the conclusion and recommendations. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, in many African countries, economic, social, and cultural rights are in need of persistent advocacy and action, as they are mostly neglected and often categorized as non-justiciable. Human beings should have access to social and economic goods and services needed to live a dignified life and to participate equally in society. This depends on having quality, accessible public services such as health, healthcare, water and sanitation, food and nutrition, housing, education, and social security. Governments have an obligation to ensure people's rights to an adequate standard of living so that everyone enjoys the rights necessary to live in dignity. Consequently, governments need to ensure equal access to these rights for all without discrimination. COVID-19 reinforced the relevance of the right to an adequate standard of living. The pandemic has had a considerable impact on economic, social, and cultural rights and created economic inequalities, particularly in developing countries. The impact of the pandemic has been felt particularly hard in situations in which economic, social, and cultural rights had not previously been guaranteed. Thus, people without adequate housing and those living in overcrowded communities are particularly vulnerable and at high risk of contracting COVID-19 due to their lack of capacity to follow hygienic recommendations or social distancing. Governments are urged to ensure that testing and treatments such as vaccines developed for COVID-19 are affordable and accessible to everyone, and that healthcare facilities have resources to provide adequate care. Governments, therefore, have an obligation to ensure that even in times of crisis, they are to make every effort to meet their obligations with existing resources. Recommendations, Mr. Chair. In the light of the above, I wish to make the following recommendations to the various stakeholders. Firstly, to the state parties. 1, to take legislative and other measures for the full realization of economic, social, and cultural rights in accordance with the African Charter, the principles and guidelines on economic, social, and cultural rights, the guidelines on the right to water in Africa, and other regional and international human rights norms at all times, including periods of a public health crisis. 2, create employment opportunities, in particular for the youth. 3, ensure access to housing and shelter by including the most disadvantaged and vulnerable in society. 4, ensure access to education for all at every level of the education system. 5, reform healthcare systems and provide access to healthcare, including adequate and effective healthcare facilities and social services for all. 6, take measures and put in place access to water, sanitation, and other basic healthcare necessities as conditions for safeguarding health and life of the public. 7, take measures to ensure that the full enjoyment of the right to food, including quality food that meets the requirements of nutrition standards. 8, ensure that testing and any treatments such as vaccines developed for COVID are affordable and accessible to everybody, while ensuring that hospitals and healthcare providers have adequate resources to provide care. 9, other forms of essential healthcare, including sexual and reproductive healthcare, also need to continue and remain physically and financially accessible throughout the pandemic. 10, provide formal and informal businesses with financial support to weather the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. 11, ensure all national development plans, including monitoring and evaluation mechanisms of such plans, are human rights driven and take into account their obligations under the African Charter, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals. 12, support the adoption of the draft protocol to the African Charter on the rights of citizens to social protection and the social security. 13, make use of the state reporting guidelines for economic, social, and cultural rights in the African Charter on human and people's rights. That is the Tunis reporting guidelines. And lastly, 14, authorize promotion missions by the Commission in line with Article 45 for the African Charter. Under civil society, Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 recommendations. 1, we're asking them to continue to collaborate and support advocacy efforts at the national and sub-regional and continental levels to implement economic, social, and cultural rights. And 2, lastly, provide support to the working group on economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa to enable it to effectively implement its mandate. Mr. Chairman, that is the report that I had to present to this August meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to you as well, Commissioner Mwandenga, for that report that you delivered on the activities of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and activities undertaken as country rapporteur and member of the African Commission, and the various recommendations that you have highlighted, particularly the point underscoring the equal legal status and fundamental importance of economic, social, and cultural rights for the dignity and the protection and security of life of human beings, and the appeal to states parties in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and what it has highlighted, for them to fast track the adoption of the protocol relating to the right to social security and social protection. I echo your request and your appeal to states parties to fast track the adoption of this protocol, which has become critically important, not only because of COVID-19, but also the socioeconomic fallouts from COVID-19, which has made social security and protection measures ever more important and imperative under the current conditions. Thank you once again to Commissioner Mwandenga. There is one NGO that has registered to intervene in respect of your activity report. This is Ma'at for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association. If we have the representative of Ma'at for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association, I'm happy to give the floor to the representative of this NGO with observer status 5 to 8. As far as distinguished delegates of states, NHRIs and civil society organizations is concerned, we would really appreciate it if you follow the agenda of the daily agenda, and if you could kindly register in accordance with and in line with the daily agenda, and then if you could also avail yourself after having been registered. There have been a number of NGOs that we try to give the floor in respect of activity reports. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that they are around. So considering that there was only one NGO requesting for the floor in respect of the activity report of Commissioner Mwandenga, Ma'at for Peace, Development and Human Rights Association, and considering that they are not available with us, let me just give the floor back to you, Commissioner Mwandenga, if you want to have a final shot, and then I will switch back to Commissioner Amesbury.
Well, Chair, there isn't much I can say. You have summed up everything more appropriately. So I think what I've already made my report clear, and your summary was very apt and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mwandenga. I therefore would switch back to Commissioner Amesbury, who have now joined us. Commissioner Amesbury will present the second report relating to the Committee on HIV and AIDS. Commissioner Amesbury, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, all members of the delegation, and good afternoon once again to member commissioners. This is the intersession activity report for myself, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission and Chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People living with HIV, those at risk, vulnerable to and affected by HIV, from the 14th of April to the 4th of May, and the 68th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The introduction. This report is submitted in accordance with Rules 25.3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedures 2020 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It provides an update of activities carried out during the intersession period after the 67th ordinary session of the Commission, held virtually from the 13th of November to 3rd of December, and also covers the period up to April 2021. The report consists of 3 parts. The first part deals with the activities carried out in my capacity as Commissioner and Chairperson of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People living with HIV and those at risk, vulnerable to, and affected by HIV. The second part elaborates on the situation of HIV/AIDS on the continent And the third part contains the conclusion with a set of recommendations. Part 1. Activities carried out in my capacity as Commissioner and as Chairperson of the Committee on HIV. Participation in the 67th Ordinary Session of the Commission. I participated in the 67th Ordinary Session of the Commission, held virtually from 13th of November to 3rd of December 2020. During the session, the Commission considered and adopted its 2021 to 2025 strategic plan, communications before the Commission, resolution on special mechanism, country resolutions, thematic resolution, its combined 48 and 49 activity reports, and other relevant reports as presented by the Secretariat of the Commission on Human and People's Rights. In my capacity as the country rapporteur for Egypt, I sent a joint letter of appeal to the Arab Republic of Egypt on 2nd of December 2020. In my capacity as rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Arab Republic of Egypt, together with the special rapporteur on human rights defenders and focal point on reprisals in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Remi Lumbu, and by virtue of the mandates entrusted to us, respectively, under Resolution 440 of 2020 and SCH Resolution 451 of 2020 of the Commission, adopted at the 66th Ordinary Session from July 13 to August 7, 2020, we jointly sent a letter of appeal to His Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. The letter addressed allegations relating to continuous crackdown on the personnel of Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights. We jointly informed His Excellency, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, that if the facts reported were correct, they would constitute a violation of the provisions of the African Charter, in particular its Article 6 on the right to liberty and to the security of his person, on the right to fair trial, 10 on the freedom of association, and 15 on the right to work under equitable and satisfactory conditions. They would also constitute a violation of the provisions of the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, in particular its Articles 1 and 12(2). We also jointly called on the Egyptian government to enlighten us on the veracity of the aforementioned facts, if necessary, open an adequate, independent, and impartial investigation in the reported facts, and provide the necessary clarification to the Commission on the crackdown on EIPR staff, ensure that victims whilst in detention adhere to the conditions set out in the guidelines on the conditions of arrest, police custody, and pre-trial detention in Africa, amongst others. Participation on the 30th Extraordinary Session of the Commission. I participated in the 30th Extraordinary Session of the Commission, held virtually from 11 to 19th of December 2020. During the session, the Commission considered the following items: end of year review of the work of the Commission in 2020, implementation of the strategic plan 2021 to 25, proposed strategic priorities for the year 2021, the annual work plan of 2021, and the partner funding to the Commission, support program 2021 to 2023. Participation in the 31st Ordinary Session of the Commission. I participated in 31st Ordinary Session of the Commission, held virtually from the 19th to the 25th of February. During the session, the Commission considered the report of the Chairperson of the Commission on the meetings of the African Union, the AU policy organs, report on audit of merits communications, 3 concluding observations, 3 thematic resolution, and administrative and financial matters relating to its working methods. The Commission also considered communications. Participation in the webinar on gender justice for adolescent girls among women in sub-Saharan Africa, the Education Plus Initiative, co-convened by UNAIDS, UNESCO, UNICEF, and UN Women. I participated in the above caption event virtually on 17th March 2021. The Education Plus initiative is a high-level advocacy drive aimed at accelerating actions and investments to prevent HIV and reduce infection rates amongst adolescent girls in sub-Saharan Africa. The webinar was attended by various stakeholders, including state representatives, Human Rights Association, intergovernmental organizations working with people with HIV, and women living with HIV. The initiative engages with government decision makers at the highest level to adopt measures for the realization of child's right to health and education. Evidence has confirmed that girls reap multiple social and economic benefits from the completion of secondary schools. These benefits include, amongst others, reduced vulnerability to acquiring HIV and becoming child brides and teenage mothers, as well as an increased prospect of securing job and higher income as adult women. As such, Education Plus is a rights-based and gender-responsive approach to ensuring that adolescent girls have equal opportunities to access equality secondary education, as well as key education and health services for the economic autonomy and empowerment. Thus, it harnesses the unique comparative advantages and capacities of the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS, a partnership of 11 collaborating UN co-sponsors and the UNAIDS Secretariat to bring on board governments, leading funding mechanisms, women's youth, and diverse civil society networks and communities around this shared goal. On 19th of March 2021, I participated in the inter-session meeting of the Commission held virtually to discuss the human rights situation in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, on the ongoing crisis in the Tigray region, and redistribution of the mandate and countries of responsibility of the late Commissioner Guy. During the meeting, I volunteered to become a member, vice president of the working group on death penalty, extrajudicial, summary arbitrary killings, and enforced disappearance in Africa. Finally, I will address the situation of HIV/AIDS on the continent. HIV/AIDS continues to be a threat for communities and countries on the continent, particularly countries facing severe economic crisis due to the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. The effects of the global pandemic on HIV/AIDS response only exacerbates the poor progress in the AIDS response of recent years. At the global level, reports indicate that there continue to be 110,000 deaths annually among children and adolescents between the age of 0 to 19 years, an indication that progress towards the eradication of HIV/AIDS epidemic has fallen far below what was required to achieve the 2020 global targets to fast track the elimination of HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by 2020. The Committee on HIV notes with concern the vulnerability of women and girls on the continent to the HIV epidemic. Discrimination and gender inequality remain the major cross-cutting human rights issues, increasing the vulnerability of women to HIV, mainly in their ability to access health services and opportunities. Violence against women and girls continue to be a global pandemic and a major factor for contracting HIV, as women subjected to intimate partner violence are 50% more likely to contract the virus. In addition, young women in sub-Saharan Africa between the ages of 15 to 24 years have higher HIV infection rates than their male peers, with 4,500 infections reported weekly. This disproportionately high HIV prevalence suggests a lack of appropriate interventions to protect young women and meet their sexual and reproductive health needs. the absence of youth-friendly HIV treatment, support, and care services prevent many adolescent girls and young women from accessing antiretroviral treatment, as studies have shown that failure to follow up after controlling an ART is higher amongst young people compared to adults. Adolescent girls face specific difficulties in adhering to treatment, particular stigma and discrimination in the access to treatment. The resultant effect being that young girls struggle to test for HIV or pursue appropriate treatment if positive. Finally, conclusion and recommendations. In the light of the foregoing, the committee makes the following recommendations to the various stakeholders. To state parties and governments, adopt a human rights-based approach to HIV responses to ensure that no one is left behind, particularly children, adolescent girls and women. Keep up populations that are most at risk of HIV infections and people living in remote areas. Scale up investments, policies and actions on education, and holistic multi-sectorial interventions for adolescent girls and young women to prevent HIV and gain economic and social benefits. Take the necessary measures to increase financial allocation to the health sector in general, and for HIV services in particular, as agreed in the Abuja Declaration of 2001. Remove legal, policy, social, and other barriers that limit the rights of women and girls to access HIV prevention, treatment, care, and support services amongst children and young people, or those that make them more vulnerable to HIV, and ensure that national mechanisms responsible for the response to HIV apply rights-based responses and guarantee the meaningful participation of people living with HIV and key populations in the HIV response. To the National Human Rights Institution and civil society organizations, continue to advocate and engage with national, regional, and global human rights mechanisms to prevent and respond to human rights violations in the context of HIV. Maintain relations with the committee, including inviting the committee to participate in capacity building sessions to promote sharing of experiences and expertise, and also to serve as a source of information on matters relating to the mandate, both during the commission's sessions and during intersession periods. And other partners, to support the African Commission and the committee for the popularization of its study on HIV, the law, and human rights, and to provide support to the Committee on HIV to enable the latter to effectively implement its mandate. This, Chair, is our conclusion, and I come to the end of the presentation of my committee as chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Many thanks to you as well, Commissioner Amesbury, for that report on the activity of the Committee on HIV and AIDS, and also the country rapporteur and member of the Commission. As you can see from the report, the issue of HIV and AIDS remains to be an area of concern in terms of the risk that it poses to the right to health as well as the right to life, and the particular age group of people who are increasingly becoming vulnerable to and at risk of being exposed to HIV and AIDS, adolescent girls and young girls and women between the ages of 15 and 24, issues relating to access to healthcare broadly, but also importantly, HIV and prevention, treatment and care, and also obviously the awareness creation activities and interventions that need to be undertaken, tailored to the needs and vulnerabilities of particular age groups and population groups. I think your report coming after the working group on economic, social and cultural rights also underscores one important point, which is investment in healthcare and in these areas doesn't depend on resources only, that states have an obligation to show that they use their resources judiciously to invest in these areas. There is no request for taking the floor in respect of this activity report, but I have been informed that there is a request to take the floor. There was a registered NGO that requested to take the floor in respect of the activity report of Commissioner King. So if Commissioner King is with us, yeah, she is with us, I would like to request that Commissioner Amsbury, now that we have concluded, there is a request from one NGO that was registered, and this is the NGO called Africa Freedom of Information Center. So if we have the representative of Africa Freedom Information Center with us to speak to the activity report that was presented earlier at the beginning of today's session. Do we have this NGO? This is the NGO.
Yes, please. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please kindly put on your video.
Sure, I'm working on that.
All right, that's good. And I wish to indicate to you that you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, the chairperson, the honorable commissioners of the African Commission, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Africa Freedom of Information Center, as always, appreciates the opportunity to address the 68th ordinary session of the African Commission. We also reiterate our resolve to continuously support the mandate of the Commission, especially that of the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa, in ensuring that to these 2 special rights. Chairperson, our very brief statement to the Commission highlights on a very critical issue to the Africa we want, which is the significance of access to information in electoral processes in Africa. We all know that the right of access to information is guaranteed by Africa's landmark document, the African Charter, under Article 9. And this right is also recognized in 6 other treaties of the African Union, including the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, but also the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, among others. This right is very significant, especially given the fact that it's a cross-cutting right, and given the fact also that it's very critical for the realization of critical electoral processes in Africa, and most especially given the timing right now that we're having elections happening in the context of COVID-19. As highlighted by Commissioner King, yes, there has been progress made in the adoption of access to information laws, because to date we have 25 countries with ATI laws, but unfortunately we still have the 30 countries struggling and are yet to enact these laws. Chairperson, unfortunately, the experiences that we have also seen across the continent illustrate the dangers that a lack of information during elections really poses to peace, security, and stability. The failure, especially by relevant electoral stakeholders, to proactively disclose information breeds distrust. And this has been evident in a number of countries. And right now, I will specifically speak in terms of Uganda. Lack of transparency on the planning, conduct, and management, as well as announcement of election results, has continued to be a major source of concern across the continent and in the recently concluded Ugandan elections. On the eve of Uganda's general elections, government ordered telecoms and internet service providers in the country to suspend all internet gateways until further notice. Chairperson, we want to reiterate again that internet access is essential for electoral information to reach the people, especially during a crisis we are in now. Governments, as highlighted again by Commissioner King, should ensure the broadest possible access to internet services, as well as take steps to bridge the digital divides. Chairperson, in conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only been a challenge, but it has also presented an opportunity for countries without access to information laws, but also for countries that have laws to implement access to information laws. Because previously, in the absence of the vaccine, information was the medicine that we had against COVID-19, but it still continues to be the medicine against COVID-19. We therefore call upon the African Commission and the special mechanism to engage the electoral management bodies, to continue to engage them on the significance of access to information in elections, given that we have so many countries right now going in for elections.
Thank you. Your time is up. I have allowed you to speak longer, so I need to stop you now. Thank you.
I've actually concluded.
Good. Thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to Commissioner King, if she has any response that she would like to give, and then we will proceed with other activity reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank Susan from African Freedom of Information Center for that statement in response to the special mechanisms report. And I want to agree with her as she has highlighted the importance of access to information during elections in order to sustain peace, security, and stability. And we note her recommendation that the special mechanism must engage the election management bodies, to ensure that they are fully aware and implement access to information during election processes, before, during, and after elections. We've noted that, and we welcome her call on states to continue to work on enactment, for those states who have not yet done so, enactment of ATI laws. I just want to thank the organization very much for their commitment to access to information, and we hope to continue our collaboration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner King. I do recognize that there was also, I don't know if it was a statement or a resolution specifically on elections and access to information that the Commission has actually adopted. I think this must have been when Commissioner Pansi Takula was the special rapporteur. I think it would be good if we draw the attention of civil society organizations to also make use of this instrument as part of their advocacy work. Thank you very much, Commissioner King. Commissioner Abomo, I'm happy to give you the floor for the presentation of your activity report. You are most welcome. Thank you.
Merci de me passer la parole une fois de plus, Monsieur le Président. Je vais commencer par présenter mon rapport d'activité en ma qualité de président du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées. Et ensuite, le rapport en ma qualité de présidente par intérim du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant donc du premier rapport, il recense mes activités d'intercession tant en ma qualité générale de membre de la commission que dans le cas des différents mandats thématiques et spéciaux qui m'ont été confiés. La période couverte va de la fin de la 67e session ordinaire à la veille de la présente session. Il faut noter que du fait de la prévalence de la pandémie, toutes les activités statutaires et autres se tiennent avec des moyens virtuels. Ceci étant dit, en ma qualité générale de membre de la Commission africaine, J'ai participé aux 30e et 31e sessions extraordinaires de la Commission qui se sont tenues respectivement du 11 au 9 décembre 2020 et du 19 au 25 février 2021. Tous les détails relatifs à ces activités figurent dans les communiqués disponibles sur le site Internet de la Commission. J'ai également été invitée par le Center for Human Rights de l'Université de Pretoria à un webinaire sur la mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission africaine et des 2 autres organes des droits de l'homme de l'Union africaine. Le webinaire était organisé en partenariat avec le Human Rights Implementation Center de l'Université de Bristol dans le cadre du projet de mise en œuvre des lois sur les droits de l'homme. Cependant, l'essentiel de mon présent rapport porte sur les activités menées dans le cadre de mes différents mandats et responsabilités spécifiques, notamment, comme je l'ai dit plus haut, en ma qualité de président du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées en Afrique, présidente par intérim du groupe de travail sur les communications et relativement à ma charge de rapporteur pays. Les activités menées en ma qualité de président du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées seront déclinées de manière chronologique. En premier lieu, j'évoquerai la commémoration de la Journée internationale des personnes handicapées. Pour dire que le 3 décembre 2020, le groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées en Afrique a publié une déclaration à l'occasion de cette commémoration dont le thème était le suivant, je cite, « Reconstruire en mieux vers un monde post-Covid-19 inclusif, accessible et durable ». Fin de citation. À ce propos, en réaffirmant que les soins de santé ne sauraient être ni universels, ni équitables s'ils ne sont pas accessibles à tous, le groupe de travail a invité les pays africains à veiller à ce que des stratégies d'intégration soient mises en place dans tous les secteurs de gouvernement afin de prendre pleinement en compte les personnes handicapées dans les stratégies de riposte à la COVID-19 et dans les plans de relance, en accordant la priorité aux programmes et interventions en faveur de cette catégorie de la population. Le groupe de travail a également exhorté les États membres de l'Union africaine à offrir des possibilités de recherche sur le handicap dans le cadre de la COVID-19 et à communiquer, partager les résultats des dites recherches, ainsi qu'à interagir au biais de la coopération au-delà des frontières. Le même jour, en ma qualité de président du groupe de travail, j'ai suivi 3 événements, 3 webinaires intercontinentaux. Il s'est agi de 2 webinaires organisés par l'UNESCO, l'un sur le thème Disability Inclusive Response for COVID-19 through Open and Distance Learning et l'autre sur le thème Share Your Story for Development, d'une part, et d'autre part, le 3e webinaire a été organisé par le World Enable sur le thème Cities at the Forefront of Access and Inclusion, Accelerating the Agenda 2030 in Localizing the CRPD. Le premier webinaire sur Disability Inclusive Response for COVID-19 through Open and Distance Learning a offert un cadre de partage aux spécialistes de l'éducation, aux fournisseurs de solutions informatiques et à d'autres spécialistes de leurs expériences de l'enseignement par le biais de l'apprentissage ouvert et à distance pour leurs étudiants handicapés. Y ont participé, entre autres, le maire de la ville de Léon, au Mexique, Héctor Lopez Santillana, le directeur de Open University et membre du comité exécutif de International Council for Distance Education, Alan Tait, du Royaume-Uni, la directrice de Inclusive Design Research Center, Jutta Treviramus, et entre autres Diane Chambers, coordinatrice de l'éducation spéciale et inclusive à l'Université Notre-Dame d'Australie. Sur la base de l'assertion non contestée que l'objectif, je cite, ne laisser personne de côté, n'est possible que si l'éducation est rendue pleinement inclusive, accessible et abordable pour tous les élèves, la réflexion a nous porté sur la poursuite de la mise en œuvre de la recommandation de l'UNESCO sur les ressources éducation libre, REL, adoptée par la conférence générale de cette organisation à sa 40e session en 2019. La recommandation REL soutient la création, l'utilisation et l'adaptation des ressources éducatives libres, inclusives et de qualité. il a été conclu que les efforts ciblés devraient inclure tous les apprenants dans les contextes d'éducation formelle et non formelle, quelle que soit leur situation. S'agissant du second webinaire, sur le thème Share Your Story for Development, il faut relever que depuis 2015, l'UNESCO recueille des témoignages de personnes en situation de handicap sur leur vie, leur réalisation professionnelle et surtout les facteurs déterminants de leur réussite sur la plateforme Story for Development. Ainsi, l'événement invite les panélistes à partager leurs histoires d'autonomisation. Y ont pris part aussi un certain nombre de personnalités, David Benz, directeur de Access and Inclusion du Royaume-Uni, Ludivine Munoz, championne multiparalympique, Maria Soledad Cisternas Reyes, envoyée spéciale du secrétaire des Nations Unies pour le handicap. À ce propos, Maria Cisternas Reyes a indiqué que l'accès à l'éducation est capital pour que les personnes handicapées puissent réaliser leurs objectifs. Elle a fait remarquer que les difficultés d'accès des personnes handicapées aux soins de santé pendant la COVID-19 ont été le reflet des carences du système social global. Elle a donc souligné la nécessité de construire des villes intelligentes, accessibles à tous, y compris aux catégories vulnérables. Le troisième webinaire, organisé par World Enable, qui est une organisation éducative à but non lucratif, dont l'objectif est de favoriser une approche inclusive des droits de l'homme et des droits civils dans les programmes et politiques relatifs au handicap, en partenariat toujours avec l'envoyé spécial du secrétaire des Nations Unies et UniHabitat et d'autres organisations comme Zero Project, GIZ, Older Person Gap, a été l'occasion de célébrer, entre autres, le 2e anniversaire du Pacte mondial Cities for All et de discuter des outils et partenariats innovants pour accélérer la mise en œuvre de la Convention relative aux droits des personnes handicapées et de l'agenda 2030. Sur la base des projections selon lesquelles, d'ici à 2030, plus de 2 milliards de personnes handicapées et de personnes âgées vivront dans les villes et 60% des terrains qui devraient devenir urbains devant encore être construits, il est apparu impératif aux différents intervenants de procéder au renforcement des capacités dans les villes pour faire avancer une décennie d'action et de mise en œuvre pour un développement durable inclusif. Le Pacte mondial des villes pour tous sur des villes inclusives et accessibles et l'initiative Villes et communautés amies servant de cadre pour mettre en œuvre la Convention internationale relative aux droits des personnes handicapées et l'agenda 2030 pour tous. Un certain nombre de recommandations ont été émises que vous trouverez dans la version publiée de ce rapport. Ensuite, il y a eu le webinaire scientifique sur la capacité juridique des personnes en situation de handicap. Sur invitation du Haut Conseil national des droits de l'homme du Royaume du Maroc et de sa présidente, Madame Amina Bouyaha, j'ai eu l'honneur, en ma qualité de présidente du groupe de travail sur les personnes âgées et les personnes handicapées en Afrique, de participer à une conférence virtuelle dédiée aux droits des personnes en situation de handicap afin de partager l'expérience de la Commission relative à cette thématique qui représenterait, disait la lettre d'invitation, une étape de plus dans l'effort de ratification par le Maroc des instruments africains des droits de l'homme en passant par une meilleure compréhension des contenus et des moyens de mise en œuvre. La conférence qui portait sur la capacité juridique des personnes en situation de handicap s'est tenue le 17 décembre 2020 de manière virtuelle. Elle posait la problématique de la reconnaissance de la personnalité juridique des personnes handicapées entre une perspective basée sur le principe de la reconnaissance de la pleine capacité juridique de ces personnes, sur la base de l'égalité, et une perspective basée sur le principe de restriction de cette capacité, la capacité de performance, en particulier pour les personnes de handicap psychologique et mental. Son objectif déclaré était de contribuer à enrichir le débat public sur le sujet et de chercher des éléments efficaces et raisonnables pour atteindre un équilibre, une complémentarité entre la nécessité que les États partis à la Convention internationale relative aux droits des personnes handicapées reconnaissent que les personnes handicapées jouissent de la capacité juridique dans tous les domaines sur la base de l'égalité et la prise de mesures appropriées pour donner aux personnes handicapées accès à l'accompagnement dont elles peuvent avoir besoin pour exercer leur capacité juridique. Lorsque la parole m'a été donnée, J'en ai profité pour présenter le groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées en Afrique, de ses origines de point focal créé par la résolution 118 au cours de la 45e session ordinaire de la Commission, à sa forme actuelle, ainsi que ses missions telles que formulées par la résolution 143/09 sur la transformation du point focal sur les droits des personnes âgées en Afrique en groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées. J'ai également présenté le protocole à la Charte africaine relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées dans son objectif qui est, je cite, de promouvoir, protéger et garantir la pleine et égale jouissance de tous les droits de l'homme et de la personne humaine par toutes les personnes handicapées et de garantir le respect de leur dignité intrinsèque tel qu'il est stipulé à l'article 2. Dans ses similitudes avec la Convention des Nations Unies, notamment en son article 7. Je voudrais une fois de plus ici exprimer ma gratitude à l'endroit du Haut Conseil national des droits de l'homme du Maroc pour cette invitation. Ensuite, il y a eu la commémoration de la Journée internationale du Braille. Le 4 janvier 2021, le groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées a publié une déclaration à l'occasion de la Journée internationale du Braille. Et à ce propos, après avoir rappelé les origines et les raisons de l'existence de cette journée, le groupe a exhorté les États parties à la Charte à ratifier le protocole relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées, surtout dans ce contexte de COVID-19. Cette déclaration peut être lue sur le site de la Commission. Il y a eu ensuite la réunion de travail avec Validity Foundation. Le 29 janvier 2021, sur invitation de la Validity Foundation, une ONG internationale travaillant sur la protection des droits des personnes avec handicap mental, j'ai participé à une séance de travail visant à organiser le soutien à mon mandat de la part d'un ensemble d'ONG spécialisées sur la question des droits des personnes handicapées. Les ententes découlant de cette réunion sont encourageantes et augurent d'un accroissement des capacités du mandat. Le rapport thématique sur la liberté des personnes handicapées, qui sera présenté à la session prochaine dans le cadre de mon rapport d'intercession, est une résultante concrète de cette collaboration. Je remercie et encourage cette ONG à maintenir le cap concernant nos accords. C'est le lieu d'en appeler à toutes les structures et ONG qui sont capables d'apporter un plus à l'œuvre du groupe de travail, sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées sous ma responsabilité, afin qu'elles se signalent, comme ce fut le cas avec l'unité droits des femmes du Center for Human Rights de l'Université de Pretoria, avec laquelle des discussions sont très avancées sur les points de collaboration possibles. Ensuite, le 22 février 2021, me félicitant de la décision prise par sa sainteté le pape François d'instituer une journée mondiale des grands-parents et des personnes âgées à célébrer le 4e dimanche du mois de juillet, j'en ai profité en ma qualité de présidente du groupe de travail pour adresser à nos seigneurs, les évêques de l'Église catholique romaine qui est en Afrique, par le canal de son Excellence, Monseigneur Gabriel Bilingui, archevêque de Lubango en Angola et président du symposium des conférences épiscopales nationales d'Afrique et de Madagascar, une demande d'appui dans le plaidoyer du groupe de travail et de la Commission à l'endroit des États membres pour la ratification des 2 protocoles relatifs aux droits de ces 2 catégories de personnes en Afrique. Le 4 mars 2021, j'ai suivi un webinaire sur le thème The COVID-19 She Session, The Impact of the Pandemic on the Economic Security of Older Women, organisé par le Comité des ONG sur le vieillissement, NGO Committee on Aging, à l'occasion de la célébration de la Journée internationale de la femme. Cet événement, tenu en présence du Dr Cynthia Strain et de Madame Frances Zaïn Naoudine, respectivement présidente et vice-présidente du Comité des ONG sur le vieillissement, et modéré par le Dr Sandra Timmerman, gérontologue et spécialiste du vieillissement réussi en retraite, a été l'occasion de suivre un exposé PowerPoint présenté par Madame Melissa Grober-Morrow, directeur de la résilience financière des Thought Leadership AARP, et Ben Bolton, directeur des partenariats mondiaux au Bureau des affaires internationales de la AARP. Cet exposé, qui a énuméré les effets néfastes de la pandémie, particulièrement sur les femmes aux États-Unis d'Amérique, avec un accent porté sur les conséquences sur le genre, les personnes vulnérables, avec des exemples d'autres pays, a amené les exposants à faire une série de recommandations, notamment la création d'infrastructures de soins, l'accès à des opportunités d'apprentissage tout au long de la vie et de requalification des politiques de croissance inclusive, entre autres. Plus d'une soixantaine de personnes ont participé à ce webinaire et la séance de questions-réponses était dirigée par Eric Hadar, directeur des Alliances mondiales chez ERP. Maintenant, nous allons aborder les activités menées en ma qualité de présidente par intérim du groupe de travail sur les communications, juste pour dire que j'ai présidé les travaux du groupe de travail qui se sont tenus du 24 au 6 mars 2021 avec mes collègues les honorables commissaires Lumbu, vice-président de la Commission africaine, et Maria Teresa, tous membres du groupe de travail. Nous avons analysé et adopté des projets de décision d'admission de commission et d'octroi de mesures conservatoires préparés par les juristes assistants de la commission. Nous avons également travaillé sur des décisions sur le fond renvoyées par la plénière au groupe pour finalisation suite à leur adoption à la 31e session extraordinaire. Les détails de ces travaux seront contenus dans le rapport du groupe de travail sur les communications fait au cours de la présente session. S'agissant maintenant de mes activités menées en qualité de rapporteur pays, je suis commissaire rapporteur pour les États parties suivants: la République démocratique du Congo, la République du Congo, la République du Burundi et l'Union des Comores. En cette qualité, étant donné d'une part que je suis nouvellement en charge de ces pays et que faute au coronavirus, aucun déplacement n'a été autorisé, que par ailleurs, je n'ai toujours pas d'interlocuteur officiellement désigné par les États concernés, j'avais envisagé de créer un lien direct et sûr avec eux en leur adressant une copie de mon rapport de la dernière session afin d'avoir une réaction et surtout des informations fiables sur la situation de droits de l'homme. Cela n'a pas été rendu possible pour des raisons indépendantes de ma volonté et qui m'échappent. Néanmoins, en ce qui concerne la République démocratique du Congo, j'ai co-signé la lettre d'appel urgent relative à des allégations de massacre de membres de la communauté Batwa Bambouti et autres communautés locales avec ma collègue, l'honorable commissaire Amos Bury. Elle s'est longuement appesantie là-dessus, donc je ne reviens pas là. De même, j'ai adressé une lettre à son Excellence, Monsieur Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi, président de la République, à propos d'allégations de décès de personnes atteintes d'albinisme du fait de kératose en l'espace de quelques mois dans la ville de Lubumbashi, dans le Haut-Katanga et dans la ville de Kananga, dans le Kasaï central. Enfin, j'annonce que le groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées suit particulièrement les travaux de l'Assemblée nationale congolaise qui a jugé recevable le projet de loi autorisant la ratification du protocole à la Charte africaine relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées. Pour ce qui est de la situation des droits de l'homme en République du Burundi, j'ai instruit les fonctionnaires du secrétariat de la commission qui apportent le soutien technique à mon mandat de poursuivre les contacts et échanges déjà établis avec des acteurs pertinents afin de mieux cerner les dynamiques et développements des droits de l'homme dans ce pays. C'est dans cette veine que la question de la libération de plus de 5000 prisonniers par grâce présidentielle retient particulièrement mon attention dans ce pays, entre autres questions importantes. Tout en félicitant le gouvernement pour cette initiative, je l'exhorte à faire procéder à une libération effective de ces personnes sur la base des principes et standards juridiques applicables en la matière, sans aucune discrimination. Par ailleurs, les études et informations des acteurs pertinents parvenant à ma connaissance font l'objet de traitements appropriés et sont intégrés dans mon approche chaque fois que nécessaire, en conformité avec les cadres juridiques applicables à mon mandat. S'agissant de l'Union des Comores, l'appel le plus pressant que j'ai l'honneur d'adresser aux autorités de cet État membre est qu'ils participent aux travaux de la Commission afin que nous puissions œuvrer de concert pour relever les défis en matière de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme par le biais de stratégies permettant de maintenir et accroître les points positifs en ces domaines. Il me faut cependant noter l'impact très sévère de la pandémie à COVID-19 sur l'économie et la structuration sociopolitique de ce pays, avec tous les effets négatifs possibles, dont l'un a été notamment formulé par la haute commissaire des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies. Celle-ci indiquait en effet, le 27 février 2021, devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme et concernant les Comores, que, je cite, « la poursuite des restrictions aux libertés d'expression et de la presse, la détention continue et souvent longue de militants de la société civile et de membres de l'opposition politique, ainsi que les poursuites injustifiées de journalistes. » Fin de citation. Enfin, Pour ce qui est de la République du Congo, le processus des élections présidentielles achevées me permet d'espérer une redynamisation des relations de travail avec la Commission pour œuvrer à une amélioration de concert de la situation des droits de l'homme dans ce pays. Le groupe de travail sur les personnes âgées et personnes handicapées suit particulièrement les évolutions du processus de ratification du protocole à la Charte africaine relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées, débuté lors des travaux de la 10e session ordinaire budgétaire du Parlement congolais d'octobre 2020. En conclusion, je souhaite appeler les États membres de l'Union africaine et les parties à la Charte à ratifier les 2 protocoles sur les personnes âgées et sur les personnes handicapées. En effet, comme vous avez sûrement pu le noter, nous n'avons pas encore obtenu les ratifications nécessaires à l'entrée en vigueur de ces 2 textes très importants dans la garantie des droits et de la protection des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées. Cela est très préoccupant quand l'on sait les défis et autres violations dont font l'objet de ces 2 groupes vulnérables, surtout dans un contexte tel que la prévalence de la pandémie à COVID-19. Il s'agit là d'un appel solennel et de cœur à toutes et à tous pour accentuer les efforts en vue de l'obtention des dites ratifications. À ce propos, je voudrais féliciter la République du Malawi qui a récemment ratifié le protocole se rapportant aux personnes âgées. Je voudrais également encourager l'État du Kenya, dont le Conseil des ministres a approuvé en février 2021 la ratification du même protocole. J'attends avec impatience la fumée blanche du côté de ces pays et sur cette question. Dans le même élan, il me faut féliciter le Cameroun pour le déclenchement du processus de ratification du traité de Marrakech visant à faciliter l'accès des aveugles, des déficients visuels et des personnes ayant d'autres difficultés de lecture des textes imprimés aux œuvres publiées. La loi autorisant la ratification de ce traité par le président de la République a été adoptée par l'Assemblée nationale du Cameroun en mars 2021. J'encourage ce pays à poursuivre sur cette lancée en ratifiant les 2 protocoles. Et enfin, et comme en mon habitude, il me faut remercier très sincèrement toutes les personnes, entités et structures qui, de près ou de loin, apportent le soutien dont bénéficie mon mandat au sein de la Commission. Je les exhorte à persévérer dans ce soutien et j'appelle également tout autre soutien possible à se manifester afin de s'associer aux missions qui sont à la charge de la Commission. Je voudrais à nouveau inviter les États pour lesquels je suis rapporteur pays à nous autoriser à entreprendre, lorsque la situation le permettra, une mission de promotion qui permettra de nouer le contact et engager la discussion sur les problématiques des droits humains telles que mises en œuvre par eux. Les modalités pratiques de ces missions peuvent être discutées même dans ce contexte de pandémie. Sur ce, je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Monsieur le Président, j'en ai terminé avec mon premier rapport. Est-ce que je peux embrayer sur le suivant?
Merci beaucoup, Commissioner Abomo. Please proceed to your next report. Thank you.
Bon, il faut que je le trouve. Hein. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me conserver la parole. Je vais maintenant présenter mon rapport sur le groupe de travail sur les communications. Le dit groupe qui a été établi en vertu de la résolution 194.11, conformément à l'article 22, alinéa 1er, et l'article 97, alinéa 2, du règlement intérieur 2010 de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Le mandat de ce groupe a été défini par la résolution 212. Ces différentes tâches ont été abondamment décrites dans les rapports précédents présentés par le groupe du travail, notamment les rapports présentés au cours de la 66e et de la 67e session ordinaire tenue virtuellement du 13 juillet au 7 août 2020 et du 13 novembre au 3 décembre 2020 respectivement. Le présent rapport, soumis donc en application des articles 25 alinéa 3 et 64 du règlement intérieur 2020, est présenté en 3 parties. La première partie porte sur l'état actuel des communications pendantes devant la Commission et donne le détail des communications examinées par la Commission durant la période couverte par le rapport et traite de la mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission. La deuxième partie traite des activités entreprises spécifiquement par le groupe de travail sur les communications depuis la 61e session ordinaire tenue virtuellement. Et la troisième partie expose les difficultés rencontrées par la Commission dans l'accomplissement de son mandat de protection en vertu de l'article 45 alinéa 2 de la Charte africaine et formule des recommandations. S'agissant donc de l'état actuel des communications, à ce jour, la Commission a reçu 756 communications, sur lesquelles 555 ont été finalisées, dont environ 150 sur le fond et 3 renvoyées devant la Cour africaine. À l'heure actuelle, 201 communications sont pendantes devant la Commission, soit 16 en phase d'examen de leur admission, 136 au stade de la recevabilité, 48 à celui du fond et 1 en attente de révision. Par ailleurs, s'agissant des communications émanant des États, la communication 478/14 contre Djibouti contre Érythrée, déclarée recevable lors de la 25e session extraordinaire de la Commission tenue en février 2019, est actuellement pendante sur le fond. S'agissant des communications examinées par la Commission pendant la période visée par le rapport, cette période, il faut le rappeler, couvre 2 sessions de la Commission, la 67e session ordinaire et la 31e session extraordinaire, et une réunion du groupe de travail sur les communications qui s'est tenue du 24 au 26 mars 2021. Au cours de ces réunions, la Commission a examiné un total de 32 communications, soit 9 plaintes sur l'admission, dont les délais sont fournis au paragraphe 12 du rapport. 12 communications à l'étape de l'examen de la recevabilité, 5 ont été déclarées recevables et 7 déclarées irrecevables. 3 communications sur le fond. La Commission a constaté des violations de la Charte africaine dans les 3 affaires. Une communication au stade de la recevabilité qui a fait l'objet d'un désistement. Une communication au stade de la recevabilité qui a été radiée pour manque de diligence de la part des plaignants et une demande de révision d'une décision d'irrecevabilité qui a été rejetée. Et 5 communications qui ont fait l'objet d'orientation, dont 4 au stade de la recevabilité et 1 au stade du fond. S'agissant de la mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission, à ce jour, sur les 150 décisions sur le fond rendues par la Commission, seulement une poignée d'entre elles ont été pleinement ou partiellement mises en œuvre et pour la majorité des communications, aucune information n'a été reçue concernant leur mise en œuvre. Au vu du manque d'informations à ce jour, il s'avère extrêmement difficile de mesurer le niveau d'application et d'évaluer l'impact des décisions de la Commission. Cependant, la Commission continue d'œuvrer, en collaboration avec ses partenaires et les parties prenantes, à la mise en place d'un système de suivi de la mise en œuvre de ces décisions. S'agissant maintenant des activités spécifiques du groupe de travail sur les communications pendant la période considérée. Durant la période visée par le rapport, le groupe de travail s'est réuni virtuellement du 24 au 26 mars 2021. C'est cette réunion que j'ai annoncée dans mon rapport précédent. Au cours de cette réunion, le groupe de travail a examiné 8 plaintes sur l'admission. Sur 4 introduites sous le règlement intérieur 2010, il a rejeté l'admission d'une et en a admis 3, avec des mesures conservatoires accordées à l'une d'entre elles. Sur 4 autres plaintes introduites après l'entrée en vigueur du règlement intérieur 2020 et qui présentaient des demandes spécifiques, le groupe de travail a rejeté l'admission d'une plainte et en a admis 3, a accordé des mesures conservatoires pour l'une d'entre elles, a rejeté 2 demandes, l'une relative aux mesures conservatoires et l'autre au renvoi devant la Cour. Ici est de souligner qu'une communication a été admise suivant la procédure administrative d'admission conformément à l'article 115, alinéa 5 du règlement intérieur de la Commission en vigueur. Le groupe de travail sur les communications a donné des orientations sur 2 communications, une au stade de la recevabilité et une autre au stade du fond, nécessitant l'avis de la commission avant la poursuite de leur traitement. Une troisième demande d'orientation a été renvoyée à la plénière et sera examinée au cours de cette session. Le groupe de travail a également supervisé la finalisation de 2 communications sur le fond dont les décisions ont été adoptées lors de la 31e session extraordinaire de la commission tenue du 19 au 25 février 2021. Il a en outre désigné un rapporteur en remplacement d'un commissaire qui a quitté la commission en vue de superviser la finalisation de 2 commissions adoptées lors de ces précédentes sessions. Il est à noter que le rapport de la réunion du groupe de travail sur les communications sera présenté à la commission pour adoption et validation des décisions prises. S'agissant maintenant des défis et des recommandations. À propos des défis, la commission continue de rencontrer des problèmes qui entravent ses réalisations, notamment les contraintes en ressources humaines du secrétariat, en particulier un déséquilibre entre le nombre de juristes et le nombre de communications pendantes. Cette insuffisance de ressources humaines a également une incidence négative sur la capacité de la commission à renvoyer des communications devant la Cour conformément à sa relation de complémentarité. Le manque de capacité interne et l'insuffisance de fonds consacrés à la traduction des observations des parties sur les communications qui causent des retards excessifs dans le traitement des communications. Les faibles taux de respect et de mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission, également exacerbés par l'absence d'une base de données sur la mise en œuvre et de personnes focales ou d'institutions au niveau national pour assurer le suivi. L'absence d'un système automatisé de traitement des communications pour en assurer la rationalisation et une meilleure tenue des registres. Le non-respect par les États parties et la Commission elle-même des délais prescrits dans le règlement intérieur pour la soumission d'observations ainsi que le manque de diligence des plaignants dans le suivi. À cet effet, le groupe formule les recommandations suivantes. Premièrement, le recrutement de personnel, conformément à la structure approuvée de la Commission, devrait être accéléré, en particulier de juristes, notamment de langue arabe, portugaise et française, de réviseurs et de traducteurs. Le secrétariat devait être correctement doté en personnel s'il est attendu de la Commission qu'elle s'acquitte effectivement de son mandat, en particulier au vu du nombre toujours croissant des activités menées par elle. La Commission devrait créer une unité chargée de la préparation des communications et du traitement des affaires envoyées à la Cour, ou alors retenir le personnel engagé à cette fin. Cette recommandation dépend également de la rapidité du recrutement du personnel. La Commission devrait périodiquement organiser des séminaires et des formations sur la rédaction des décisions à l'intention du personnel du secrétariat, des commissaires, et créer une plateforme d'échange avec les différentes parties prenantes, notamment les États parties, les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme et les organisations de la société civile, afin de les tenir informés de la procédure relative au traitement des communications et de faciliter le partage d'idées pour l'amélioration de ces procédures et d'informations par les États parties à l'endroit du secrétariat sur la mise à jour de leur législation nationale, comme les constitutions, les codes de procédure civile et pénale et d'autres législations essentielles. La mise en œuvre des décisions de la Commission demeure insatisfaisante. En vertu des règles 112 alinéa 2 du règlement intérieur 2010 et 125 alinéa 1er du règlement intérieur 2020, les parties doivent, dans les 180 jours suivant la date à laquelle cette décision leur a été transmise, informer la Commission par écrit de toutes les mesures prises ou en train d'être prises par l'État partie pour donner effet à la décision de la Commission. Il mérite d'être rappelé qu'en ratifiant la charte et qu'en vertu de l'article 1er de la charte, les États se sont volontairement engagés à remplir de bonne foi les obligations découlant de la charte. À ce titre, la Commission appelle les États à respecter leurs obligations et à agir conformément aux règles si haut évoquées, en déclarant les mesures qu'ils ont prises à moyen et à long terme pour mettre en œuvre les décisions de la Commission. Dans la même veine, les plaignants doivent également s'efforcer de faire rapport à la Commission en vertu des mêmes directives afin de la tenir informée de tout développement pertinent relatif à leur communication. Le groupe de travail appelle également l'Union africaine et ses organes délibérants à s'engager plus activement dans ce domaine. À cet égard, il est suggéré que le sous-comité du COREP sur les droits de l'homme et la gouvernance puisse servir de mécanisme approprié pour la mise en œuvre. Le groupe de travail appelle les parties à informer immédiatement le secrétariat de tout changement de leurs coordonnées de contact et recommande que les États parties nomment, sur le plan national, du personnel devant servir de points focaux pour les communications. Le groupe de travail réitère sa demande aux parties aux communications de mettre en œuvre les dispositions pertinentes du règlement intérieur applicable pour ce qui concerne en particulier les délais accordés pour soumettre leurs observations aux différents stades. La Commission devrait élaborer un système de gestion de la base de données des communications comparable à la pratique d'autres organes des droits de l'homme. En conclusion, le groupe de travail a été créé pour garantir un traitement rationalisé et plus efficace des communications. Or, ces objectifs ne seront réalisables que grâce à la collaboration de toutes les parties prenantes concernées au niveau régional et national. Le groupe de travail continue donc de recueillir différents points de vue et recommandations de toutes les parties prenantes en vue de renforcer la réalisation de son mandat et, par extension, renforcer le mandat de la Commission qui lui a été confié par les États parties. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Monsieur le Président, j'en ai terminé en espérant que je n'ai pas dépassé le temps qui m'a été imparti. Merci.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Abomo. You have done wonderful work within the time. We thank you for that. I haven't received from the list registered for taking the floor anyone requesting to take the floor as far as your activity report on older persons and persons with disability, as well as on communications working group. Your report has once again indicated clearly the importance of paying attention to the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. Times of crisis, as you rightly pointed out, such as COVID-19, exacerbate the vulnerability of certain categories of people, among whom are older persons and persons with disabilities. So we echo your appeal to states parties for the fast-tracking the ratification of the two protocols on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. We also echo your request for enhancing the communications, the work of the Commission on communications, and the need for expanding the capacity of the Commission in order to deliver on the processing of communications. Distinguished colleagues and delegates, I am very much mindful of the time. We are a few minutes away from, I understand, 1400 hours or 14 GMT, which is a bit out of our time. So in the light of that, there were a couple of I think institutions which whose registration I have been informed of, but in the light of the time that we have, we will give the floor to those institutions to speak in respect to activity reports of Commissioner Mwandenga, and another one in respect to Commissioner King, I understand. So we will give the floor to those institutions when we meet tomorrow. With your, therefore, permission, in the light of the fact that the time is over for our today's session, I would like to once again express my appreciation to all members of the Commission who delivered their activity reports today. Thank you very much to Commissioner King, Commissioner Amesbury, Commissioner Mwandenga, Commissioner Abomo, and also to those NGOs who have taken the floor to ask questions and respond to the activity reports. With that, I wish you all very good evening or a very good afternoon, wherever you may be. And we look forward to see you tomorrow at 9 GMT once again. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon and a good evening. Thank you.